was walking out one evening late. The moon was rising high, headed for the Riverside. Around us fuss and fight. Patrolman, he walked by, asked me where I'm going. Said if the sun set on me there, I'd never make it home. He said, don't go downtown tonight, there's trouble on the rise. The Batman...
It's getting so heavy. I saw the bag. It's so heavy. It's my... You could use this for a workout these days. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. We got lots to talk about tonight. I mean, we don't have much updated stuff, but I gotta say, first thing is the chart, right? You see the chart here, right? Chart's holding up right here. That's the first thing. But the big thing I want to talk about today, which I'll get to in just a couple of minutes, so you know how long I could just ramble, right? Is the takes, the post Q3 takes. Now I've had a number of days. I know we streamed on Friday, but I even saw more stuff this weekend, chatting with people. And I disagree with some of the people's takes out there, and this is good, right? That's fine. As we all know, we all encourage that disagreement. That's great. Oh, look at that sparkly shirt, huh? I actually disagree with quite a few takes out there following Q3, and the good thing is that if I have an opinion on something, you at least all know where I'm coming from, and you can say, Roaring Kitty, okay, at least we know where he came from, but maybe we disagree. That's cool. So there's a number of things that we'll get to in just a couple of minutes, but first let's just take a peek at this chart. Peep this chart. It's holding up so far. Don't overthink the fine-tune line that on the technical front. I think that this is... That's why I switched it to end-of-day prices, just so we get a little bit of a cleaner trend there. But that still looks intact to me. It's a little bit below that 50-day moving average, but you don't overthink that short-term type stuff. I'm keeping a close eye on it. That's why you saw me tweeting that out. The chart, it's getting below 4 it's getting real close, right? But don't overthink one-day action, a couple of days action. The precise estimate don't matter. Just like... I'm keeping an eye on it for the technical aspect, those technical variables. Right now, it's holding up right now. We all collectively reserve the right to change our mind. So the technicals, they're on the weaker side. Either it's going to break down, or this is, again, remove GME ticker, educational channel. These can be opportunities to like add to a position, right? I'm not recommending you do that here with GameStop, but I'm just saying, strictly technically speaking, on those pullbacks when things tend to pull back, that might be when you do. Of course, everyone else, you saw those other three, everyone else is like, nah, I ain't touching this, I'm done with this, piece of shit, move it on, right? You see people do that, and those tends to be, those ain't those dive. So on the technical front, right? But importantly, in Jordan, is Jordan here? Cheers to Jordan, because Jordan kind of nailed, fundamentally, Jordan just got this up right before the stream kicked off at 6 o'clock. Importantly, also, I don't believe the fundamental thesis was broken by Q3 either, right? So I'm watching the technicals. Technicals holding up, but fundamentally, I think the fundamentals are holding up, and we can continue to discuss this. But that's the important thing. I didn't think it broke it. Some of us had issues, or we wanted more out of the conference call. That's one thing, but didn't break that thesis, right? So everything's kind of holding up right now, but it's a struggling right now a little bit, right? But everything's still intact. That's always what's most important. If things break, then you start cutting or moving on or whatever. But like that's what you keep the close eye on. But fundamentally, the most important variable for a style like mine holding up. So then, and then the price is coming down. I'm not oblivious. I'm not downplaying the pullbacks. Pullbacks suck if you're long. All else equal, you want that shit higher. So pull back to like low 12s. You saw it pull back to low 12s. But isn't that interesting? It bounced right back up. Oh, here's the candlestick. Bounced right back up above it, right? But the takes, the probably are the most important takes, I think, that I'm seeing out there that I do believe is having an impact on prevailing sentiment out there are the criticisms of management, of the criticisms of Sherman and Bell and blah, 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 just the board generally and all that stuff. I think while some of it might be grounded in reality, and you've already heard me, I've already shared my views on that conference call. I was disappointed. I wanted a bit more. I wanted more on the upside optionality. But and we even thought that they might be incentivized to do so because of Cohen's letter and stuff and blah blah blah. But if we remove that hope, that upside hope wish that we had, right, and we didn't get it, it's just like Q2. It's just like Q2, and it's like, wow, it's the same Q2. It's there wasn't some sexy stories, and of course GameStop sells off of that, and we think, all right, okay. But here's the thing. I believe, and I think some people in the chat do at the very least, that believe that management has been executing so far since they've taken over. We haven't agreed with every single little thing, but generally speaking, they've done a good job managing their current situation. All the all the unexpected things that happened this year too, and they've been kind of managing the situation. And when I peek at the balance sheet, if you told me if you told me 6 months ago what the market cap was going to be, what the balance sheet was going to look like at the end of Q3, and I think most of us would say, you know what I mean? And that they have an at the money offer outstanding. I think most of us would be like, hey, nice job, they did it. But what has happened is that we've kind of changed our perceptions a bit. And it's also late in it's also late in 2020. The consoles are out. This is my big thing too. But that Cohen letter, it's that Cohen letter that has kind of changed. It's kind of given people the ammunition to kind of critique management more aggressively. But my base case is that management has been doing a decent job thus far. And as far as Q3 goes, and this is why I bring up Jordan, like I agree with Jordan. Like Q3 was okay. Maybe it wasn't perfect. We didn't get all the upside type stuff we want, but at least it was okay. It was kind of on par with how things were going. Maybe November comps were quite as strong as some of us were hoping, myself included. But other than that, it's like, all right, things were okay. So the big things were the at the money offering, right? That was the big thing that I saw so many people. We said that too when we were doing that real time analysis. That market might not like that too much, but in particular, I'm kind of surprised by how negative people are toward that at the money specifically. Forget everything else for just a moment, but that at the money, as we've talked about a number of times now, is optionality, right? And it's surprising to me that everyone's automatically their knee-jerk reaction is to assume the worst case scenario, that they need this cash. They need this cash to survive. It was way worse than they were expecting. They're absolutely going to lean on that. And I think, well, I don't understand why you would automatically assume that's the case. Number one, right? Number two is the dilution. Why are people talking about the dilution? No shares were issued, right? Nothing's been issued. There's been no additional shares. And then they also, that is a poison pill type stuff. Like this isn't a poison pill. So like there's some takes I'm seeing out there that I just feel that are inaccurate to a degree, right? Like it's not even just a disagreement. I feel like they're getting the wrong story. But then we can kind of talk about, well, how should we interpret the at the money? And all I can think of is, for the sake of discussion today, okay? Sake of discussion. Put your pitchforks down for 2 minutes. 2 minutes, sake of discussion type shit. Let's say management had continued to execute, right? As many of us, if you didn't think management's been executing all this year, I don't know what to tell you. But if you did think that, right, all the way even up till Q2, even if you disagreed with their storytelling stuff, set aside the storytelling stuff just for a moment, because you know how I feel about that as well. I like that upside storytelling, blah, blah, blah. But let's just say management had been executing quite well over these past couple of quarters, including through Q3, and that they did have potential transformative initiatives that they were working on, right? That they did have some. And why might we think that? We know that Michael Burry supported them going into that vote. He even cited those high margin revenue streams that they had been working on. This was in June. We know that Ryan Cohen had been involved, not to the degree that he is now, right? But he had been an investor for quite a while based on the weighted average price of the shares that he purchased, right? We know that he was involved up to that point. So that he didn't speak up till now. So we know that, okay, they must have been okay with how things were going up till that point. We see what the balance sheet looks like. They've clearly followed through on a number of the cost cuts and the inventory turns. Like they've succeeded on that front. It's like it's undeniable. And then you also look at the price action. Look, like the market, whether you like it or not, the market is buying into the turnaround. Okay, the stock was up 5x from the lows. Just setting aside the fundamentals, the market is buying into it by and large, right? Yeah, I know it's on a little bit of a pullback, but when you just step back and you take a glance, the market's buying into this too, even with the current management team, okay? So let's just take that all into consideration. We think, okay, management's successfully executing. Let's say that they did have, let's say that they knew exactly what they were doing, right? And they even knew that even I said, it was kind of surprising how little that they disclosed in that Q3. Like they didn't talk up anything, right? But let's say that they are working on this stuff and they know what they're doing, right? And we already know that a lot of the stuff Ryan Cohen listed, how much did we talk about this? A lot of the stuff he listed here is stuff they're doing or they've done, right? So let's just say for the sake of discussion, how many times am I going to say that? That they're successfully doing this, right? And that they know that they're going to be successful. They know this, okay? If they know they're going to be successful, never mind what probability you assign to that, just for the moment, that they know they have succeeded, they know they have got themselves to Q4, they put Q3 in the previous cycle behind them, they are here, and they know this. Strategically, how would you approach? How would you strategic? If you know that you've got it, you know that you did it, right? You know much better than outside passive minority investors and blah blah blah. How do you approach that? How do you roll out this information? How do you release it to the public? And then there's talks with Cohen, of course, too. Like, how do you roll that out? It seems to me that if you had, in this hypothetical scenario, that you knew that you were successful, right? That it could be that some of the things that they're doing, such as that at the money offering, is right in line with that. And when you look at this language here, this is why it's so surprising to me. When you look at Bell's language here, some people are seeing this at the money offering and they're assuming the worst, right? Oh, they're going to need this cash. And I think if you knew that you were successful, right, and that you needed to position it to the market during the conference call, how would you word it? How would you word it that you know that you're right, that you've succeeded, but you need, at the money offering, sometimes the knee-jerk reaction is negative. How would you word it? It seems to me that you would word it like this. You would word it exactly like Bell did. He, right off the bat, says, we don't need this. We're not going to do it. It's not for the debt. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that, blah, blah, blah. He's specific. This is the transcript from the conference call. So I was like reviewing it this weekend. I'm looking through this. We're extremely pleased with the results we have achieved to strengthen our balance sheet, advance our strategic objectives, and we believe we have more than sufficient liquidity and balance sheet strength to continue to execute on these endeavors, as well as navigate through any potential unknown, blah, blah, blah. They say, we know we have enough, okay? Then he says, as such, the timing and amount of sales, blah, 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 depend on a variety of factors, right? Your typical stuff, prevailing market conditions, which in effect some of us are interpreting as, what the price point is, right? Pragmatic manner initiating this program with maximum flexibility, optionality, blah, 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 blah. The increased flexibility gives us the ability to leverage opportunities to accelerate our transformational strategies, right? So you can see this. This is what he said, right? And so we were talking about this the other day, but I'm just like, this is worth bringing up again, because when I see everyone automatically defer to, oh, what are they thinking with this at the money offering? They're screwed. They've really dropped the ball here. Think of how the market interprets this. I think, just imagine they know they have succeeded. And they're kind of telling us that. Now, if you could say, and I do this too, you know how I am about downside protection, Bell's full of shit. Oh, Bell, they're just full of shit. Of course they say this stuff just to layer it on top, just so it doesn't seem as bad as it is and all that stuff. Okay, that's you can assign a probability to that, but I'm like, he is really adamant as to what the intention here is. And then I'm forced to think, I'm like, what? I'm like... And again, if you know you've succeeded, wouldn't it be beneficial? Wouldn't it be opportunistic that if something were to cause the price to rise, whatever it is, whether it's a transformational initiative, you saw me tweet out last week how if there ever was a near-term resolution with Cohen, we know Cohen touted 2020 right at the end of it. And Cohen's incentivized to have things resolved quickly. He's talking about 2020 right here. If anything here, would anything cause the market to view this opportunity differently? I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's some digital partnership they have, it's a resolution with Cohen, whatever it is. If the market starts viewing this differently and it causes that price to rise, how brilliant does this look? How brilliant does this look? Now, you may say, all right, well, I don't think that's or anything like that. That's fine. But put yourself in the shoes of a management team that is successful. They know what they're doing and they have done it right? And you can critique. I'm not saying that they've done it perfect. Even I was disappointed with the storytelling. But if they had known they had it, I'm like, damn, that would be something. Now, I'm not saying you need to accept that or that's definitely what it is, but we should be assigning a probability to this based on this language that you're seeing, based on their success so far. We can talk about the Cohen implications and all that. How Cohen might view this, whether he has ammunition to continue moving forward, what exactly he wants. How much have we talked about? What do you want? What do you want? It's a good question. And like I said, I don't think that this conference call satisfied that, but we already know that they've been talking. Who knows? I have no idea. But I just think if they did come to a resolution, I think many of us would agree if they did, especially in the near term. I know we got ICR coming up. I don't know what the timeline looks like, but couldn't the market be like, oh shit, Cohen's on board? And he ripped him to shreds. And now he's on board. He's involved. And then this is why this language is so important. Number one, he kind of does his best to crush the negative implications of the at the money, right? It's a natural thing to be like, oh shit, maybe they need it. I do the same thing. He does his best to crush it. But then he speaks up. Elevate into increasing the speed at which we elevate our omni-channel strategy, right? And I think, oh boy, okay, so cheers to everybody. I'm really curious about Like, there's some things I'm very curious to see everyone's takes there, because I've been seeing a lot over this weekend, and there's just some stuff I outright disagree with, and I think this is the wrong interpretation, and you at least need to assign a probabilities to some other type of term. But let's talk through some of this stuff. But that's my first thing is, you saw some of us on the stream last week kind of applauding the at the money, and so for people to have like the opposite view of that at the money, I think, because they've been so successful, can that be our starting point, and then we can tweak it from there? And it's just kind of odd to me that that's not the starting point. Immediately, people are kind of just knocking them down. There's two things. I think the Ryan Cohen letter, right? He kind of tore them to shreds, so I get that part. But then now it's late into 2020, and we still don't have more of that story. That's part of my thing. But I view it as more of disappointing on a time frame, right? It doesn't mean that it's either. It seems likely at this point. I've been thinking a big part of my thesis is that something would be out. Something we'd have more information by now. Now that we don't, is it that they don't have anything, or that they're being strategic? You know what I mean? Like, are they? Then I see this at the money. They're being strategic with this. I don't know. So let's talk about this stuff. Oh, at the money. Thank you, EL. Did I just say at the money? Did I say at the money this whole time? First of all, it's at the bottom. Cheers, EL. Thank you for not off to a good start. Not off to a good start. I'm saying at the money the whole time. At the market. Thank you, EL. Oh, Jordan's here too. Hold on. Let me scroll up. Oh man, that's embarrassing, huh? That's you discount everything I say. You say shit like that, right? Oh, is there anything else I wanted to? Oh, just a couple other things. So I got that. Let's see. I feel like some people would disagree, and that's okay. I want to talk through some of this stuff. And this is the thing. And so I mean, this is a joke, right? But like, I feel like some people will be like, Sherman sucks, and Bell suck. And I think they're not beyond reproach. There are things that I feel they could have done better. And I just think, I do believe that they have succeeded up till this point, and it's kind of confusing to me when it's like, oh, he's just great. And I think it's the Cohen letter, right? The Cohen letter is framing how people are interpreting some of this stuff. But I think everyone's like, no, guilty, until we see more guilty. And I think, well, it could be they're dropping the ball, could be. But can we at least entertain the possibility that he's not guilty and he could be innocent, and he's approaching it in a different way, maybe not in a way that might, in a timeline that we would maybe prefer, but just tossing it out there, right? Just for the sake of discussion. There's that. Oh, and then I got Rod's. There was a bunch that Rod had a bunch of other people did it too. I just pulled up. I don't even remember when this was. Rod talking about they're doing a good job here. Deserve full credit executing the optimization stabilization, and then talking about the nuts and bolts type stuff, but that visionary type stuff. I think a lot of us agree Ryan Cohen would help with something like that. I think that's it. Oh, I brought this up the other day, but this was the same. Like, this was a good first take, right? I mean, the ability to sell shares whenever they want, that optionality, it's in their back pocket. They wanted to prove so that when the squeeze, if not even the squeeze, but if the price re-rated based on any potential news out there, it's almost like we were entertaining the possibility of some surprise news on the Q3 call. But now that it didn't happen, people have been like, oh, they're not going to have it. They don't have anything. And I think, well, it makes sense to discount the probability as time passes, right? I do the same. Each passing week that I don't hear more about that upside, I have to discount it. My hands are tied. From a probabilistic standpoint. I have no choice. I have to discount it. But just because they didn't announce it on Q3, it doesn't mean that they don't have anything, or that they're not working on anything, or that there's not stuff there, right? And a big part of this for me is I strongly believe that there could very well be something here, and I don't want the absence of the announced news to weigh on me too much. I factor it in, but I'm like, it just seems too unlikely that they couldn't come up with anything. All those different assets they have, given their unique position in the industry, I think, I think that there's very likely something there. And what has surprised me is that we haven't heard more about it up till this so far. But anyway, that's that optionality there. And then, but yeah, cheers to Jordan, right? That was that first. I'm like, this is kind of it. And then, so Jordan says right here, cash is part of the plan to expand the product offering. And wouldn't you know that now they have this potential at the money offering? They're not no guarantee they're going to use it or anything. But Jordan's exactly right. Like, remember when he was like, oh, I'll get involved. Cohen was like, I'll get involved under certain circumstances. And one would think now the letter, but that's the thing, we still don't know exactly what it is that he wants, besides more of a roadmap of what we know. One board seat is enough, but one would think that if he's serious about the upside, need more cash. That was why I was talking about you could even maybe do more than 100. Transformations underway, patience. I think it's the absence of stuff. But okay, let me get into it. I apologize. At the money. I may have even said it again. I'm not a smart man. Okay, let me get back up. Oh, Uber's podcast is that. Cheers, Uber. Good luck. Okay, maybe we'll see Uber later. Steve Stunk, not enough omnichannel for Steve. Cheers, Steve. Welcome. Cheyenne, happy Monday, mate. It's over. Oh, see, that's a cheers. That's like some of the sentiment that I'm seeing out there, and I think we can be disappointed with certain stuff, right? Even like I said, I wanted more too, but that it's over, that seems way overdone to me. And I thought I saw too much chatter of that, where I thought, oh, I think people, the general sentiment out there, maybe a bit off. They may have. It's just so similar to Q2. Q3 is so similar to Q2 in that you didn't get that sexy story. It's later in the year though, so we expected more, right? I know the November comps too, but then you have the Ryan Cohen. This time we're going into the conference call with the Ryan Cohen letter. Do you know what I mean? And so we're kind of like, oh, they better do a good job during this conference call. Ryan Cohen's right. You know what I mean? And I think, oh, well, hold on. It could be. But it's like they did a similar thing in Q2, and look what the stock price has done since then. Yeah, part of it you could say is because Cohen got involved. That's fair. But I see this. It's like, how much of that is tied to Cohen? I know some people feel strongly that a big chunk of it is, but I'm not as sure how much of it is directly tied to Cohen. But I do think he's played a role. I'm not saying that, but like the bars, just shorts. Yeah, I think so. Just like with Q2, it's like the same thing with Q2 in that I think a lot of people, even again, I tilted bullish. If you don't get, with this setup, if you don't get that surprise aha, if you don't get the squeeze kickoff, those margin longs out. It's often the longs who are trimming and selling or getting out following that type of a conference call when the price actions is falling, right? Everyone's like, oh, the shorts. I'm like, oh, it's probably just the longs who just they were in it for a particular play, a squeeze type play, a quick 50% or a surprise aha, and then they didn't get it. I'm out. So I'd say that's almost always what I typically think initially. Okay. Funds and earnings. TM, cheers. Welcome, TM. Welcome. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's been particularly fun. I'd agree with that too. Diamond Hands. Oh, TM, cheers. TM knows. Oh, bags. Oh, TM, you were on the ball with that one. That's what I was thinking, huh? Oh, Steve Stunk. Okay, Steve Stunk's got another. Okay, Steve Stunk can save the day or save the week, huh? Looking forward to that already. Cheers, TM. Rigo, let's go, Rigo. Oh, Daily, cheers, Daily. I think a lot of us feeling that way, huh? A lot of us. So that's right. Okay, so L's done with Sherman. I don't see. I haven't seen enough to. I know a lot of people think that, right? So, but I think my response to this for anyone else who thinks that too. And I was tossing this stuff out there because I feel like this is the sentiment out there that people are like guilty, out with them. And I think, why specifically? What specifically is the reason that you think that this management team is failing to execute and they need to be out? Because I think for many people, it's because the stock price declined. Not everybody. Some people have legitimate reasons, but I think a lot of people, they had that quick sell-off and they're pissed. They didn't get the squeeze type stuff. They didn't get that crazy, sexy story. The stock price sold off. I believe the at the market. Have I been saying that the whole time? Oh, what the hell? Thinking options, you know what I mean? At the market, some people I think are overweighting that type stuff. Where, like I said, it could even be opportunistic. And so when I see people listing their reasons for why they're kind of negative on management, I think okay, but for me, I don't find them particularly compelling just yet. I drag my feet with some of this stuff in that Q3 call and their execution of Q3 in the holy shit, I got a problem. At the market stuff is overdone, blah blah blah, and I just think I need a little bit more information. So that's how I think about that, L. But if you would share, I'd appreciate that. Steve Stock, I support. Sure, I would just say I'm more willing to give the management team the benefit of the doubt because of their execution up till this point. Because I was kind of okay with them. With I kind of agreed with Bari back in June when this vote was coming around. I was kind of neutral. I didn't feel as strongly. I was kind of like, whatever, I'm okay with because they've been doing a good job even through Q3. And I kind of just want more information. That's all. And like I said, it could be if there were something there. We know they were brilliant with the share buybacks. We know it. They said, Bell said it last year. Look where the stock price has done. I mean, again, I know the Cohen factor. I get it. But I think some of their moves so far have been really, really good. And the lack of storytelling or even the current, for now, absence of news And the at-the-market offering is not enough for me to be like, oh, that's it. It's just not enough. Maybe with a couple more months, or let's say, I mean, it is late 2020. That's the big thing for me because I was expecting more. I was expecting more by now. And I think, again, with each week that passes, I grow more and more skeptical. But this wasn't enough. This wasn't enough for me to be done. So I'm kind of just like, let's just give it a little bit more time. And just imagine if they come up with a resolution with Cohen here, because then if Cohen, what if they come to a resolution with Cohen and the management team stays? Is everyone going to walk back how they're viewing some of this stuff, or is it because Cohen's involved? Why would Cohen be okay with them sticking around? Maybe he's not. I don't know, but I'm just, if that happens, some of this stuff is going to be overdone, I think. Okay, I think Cohen more overdoer. Good days. Now, Searing, welcome back, Searing. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Super saucy. Welcome, welcome. I'm afraid to read the comments. I'm afraid to read the comments now. Oh, no. A lot of talking. Still waiting. That's the fair. Those are fair points. Those are fair points. So I agree. So Daily, now this, okay, so Daily says, although it feels like a bigger gut bunch than Q2, it is very, Daily, cheers. Daily, this is what I'm saying. It feels very similar to Q2. It's only been 4 trading days since earnings. Let's give Cohen time to respond. I agree with Daily. It's like, remember Q2? Like the action thereafter, it's like, give it a little bit more time. Let's just see what happens. Like, if the price is at 11 and 10 in a couple of weeks, I'm like, all right, well, I was definitely wrong to tilt bullish for starters. But I think that immediate selling is those marginal longs not getting what they want. Let's just give it a bit more time. You can do whatever you want, right? This is how I'm viewing it. I'm just like, I kind of drag my feet with this stuff, especially because I've seen success in the past. So cheers to that, Daily. Good luck. Good luck. Now you're in this too, Daily. Good luck. You too, Jordan. Oh, damn. Okay, all right, super sassy. I kind of laid it out a little bit there, but I'd be curious about if you disagree. No, Robert. Yeah, no, so Robert's onto that too with the paper here. Cheers, Robert. Happy Monday. David, welcome, David. Welcome. Oh, shit. Make a poop like that. Welcome, Hugo. Happy Monday. James, cheers. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, Polygon, welcome, welcome. Oh, Fox. Chill. Fox is here too. Oh, I'm curious to see Fox take now too. Sick. All right, welcome, Fox. 13D. Oh boy, Justin, cheers, Justin, cheers. Oh boy, oh no, I'm doing my best. We'll see. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm always of that like benefit of the doubt, especially with the at the money, you know. I just feel okay. King goes. Gats, welcome. Cheers, Gats. Cheers. Hope you had a nice weekend. Fox in the house tonight. Yeah. Kind of scrolling through. Yep. So I agree with, and Jordan, I agree with you. That tweet, as we were talking with Fox about that too. That tweet, he's paying attention to stuff. He's watching what's happening out there. Yeah, I wonder where Cohen. I know this letter definitely aggressive, right? Definitely aggressive. That's the thing. We know Cohen's been involved for a while, and now's the first time we're getting that letter, getting this letter, kind of laying out a lot of the stuff that he wants them to do, but they are doing, right? We trumpeted the urgency factor wherever that is. That was something that stuck out to me. But you know what I mean? Like some of the things he's recommending they do, they're doing. So he must at least. They must be somewhat in the same ballpark. That they have to be, because what other conclusion could you draw when Cohen's listing stuff that they're doing? They have to be in the same ballpark or strategy, and maybe it's marginal things he's disagreeing, and specifically what he's looking for is kind of like a roadmap, right? But as far as the bullet points go, I think, all right, well, they're doing a lot of that stuff, so at least in the same ballpark. So we know he's not completely happy with everything, perhaps, but how much is it is I mean, it could, like the urgency. Well, let me keep going. Of the flat. So Polygon. This is a good point. So if I'm talking about management team, I'm always talking generally, just to be clear. So Polygon talking about this weekend stuff where they kind of dropped that news on folks. No one was really prepared for it. I'm not condoning every single thing or saying they do everything right. Certainly not, Polygon. I know you know that, but just the general approach to their situation, high-level strategy type stuff. I'm speaking to that type of stuff. No, that's the thing. So Super Saucy says, yeah, 2 transformational plans that management has talked about in detail. Yeah, well, just to give a couple, just their general approach to omni-channel. They got the revamped app, the same-day delivery, the different types of that, like just omni-channel generally, and then, of course, the Microsoft type stuff. But I'm with you, Super Saucy. That's not enough for me. I've said that many times. If I'm seriously going to model that upside optionality, I need more. All I'm saying is besides literal, okay, well, I would say Super Saucy that they are executing in some of those omnichannel fronts, right? We can see the growth in omnichannel, and yes, I know part of it is the increased demand because of the closures and COVID type stuff. I understand that, but the omnichannel type stuff, the Microsoft type stuff. But I've said that that's not enough for me. But just because I'm just saying that just because it wasn't announced on Q2 or even Q3, I just think if you knew you had the nuts. Right? How do you approach that strategically? This is my question to everyone else. I'm open. I'm keeping an open mind here. I think some people they say, oh, they didn't announce anything just yet, so boom, they don't have anything, they suck or whatever, and that could be. But can we at least assign a probability to the opposite that they do, and they're approaching this in a different way? I know people might take issue with the timeline, right? Even I myself thought we'd have more by late 2020, but I just think it's a mistake to go too far in the under direction. It's like everyone's like, I gotta go that way, and the Cohen letter is arming them with that ability to do so. And again, I've called out their storytelling stuff. It leaves a lot to be desired. And like I said, I was disappointed in that Q3 cut. I'm like, dang. I was even said like it was like so not even what I was looking for on that upside. Like, wow, it wasn't even close. I just think, but I'm like, oh, but then they do the at the market, and I think, okay, hold on. Part of the offering plan they didn't expect. Seeing one side of the we're seeing only one side of the history, but maybe the part has a plan for this. That's part of the offering plan, what they didn't expect. Well, that's the thing. So the at the market type stuff can have usually markets they're like sell off, and because a company that like GameStop that is in a current position, people are look at the short interest, right? People are betting against this. They still think bankruptcy, and then it's going up. All the risks that are up against, which are legitimate, right? But when you compare that to say Tesla's, when you compare that to Tesla's at the market offering, no one cares. Like, oh, growth, tremendous upside, blah blah blah, right? When you just compare those two, people are it's framed differently because of their how they view stuff going into it. But it could serve very similar purposes. Maybe people are gonna laugh at that, but I just think that they can be opportunistic, and it's just so funny that you got a Tesla one, you got a Tesla one happening around the same time, and of course, didn't the stock go green that day that they announced it? And I just think it just depends on how people are viewing it. And I think that the knee-jerk reaction was that like they need it. It's real pessimistic and blah, blah, blah. So I agree. Yeah, Gat's talking about Cohen things. Pretty strong word. I agree. Strong words. They were strong words. I don't deny that. There's a timeline now. He's incentivized to move. I agree with that take as well. And I think everyone's incentivized to move quickly. It's not in anyone's best. Remember, Cohen is the largest investor, like individual investor in GameStop. He doesn't. Yeah, this is an ad. If he's serious about this and he strongly believes that maybe it could be improved or things could be vastly improved. I don't even know what involvement he wants. You know what I mean? But he would want to move sooner rather than later. Same for the management team. They could put it behind him, and that would be bullish. That was what I said. I think I tweeted it with the stream. I was like, the best case, that'd be the optimal scenario if they came to a quick resolution. Okay. As long as he's staying interested, the management was adopt some of his, I think some of his ideas were present. So yeah, okay, Jordan, look at Jordan. Say, okay, Cohen isn't satisfied with management, but as long as he is staying and interested, the management will listen and adopt some of his ideas. I think some of his ideas were present in Q3, and I agree with you, Jordan. You know what I mean? Like, if you had told me, if we had to assign a probability that they were going to do an at the market offering as part of this, like, wouldn't we all assign a very low probability to that? I think. Whoa, if you were, and we've said this for weeks and months, if they were serious about a major turnaround, you'd need more cash. This is a way to get more cash, and I just think, holy shit, are they really going for it? And that was why you saw me say last week, I mean, why not have the at the market be even more? Because then you could go even crazy. There's always the option for that, right? But I just mean, holy shit. And they're increasing the speed at which we elevate I forget sometimes the words get increasing the speed at which we elevate, expand our omnichannel strategy. Isn't this largely what Cohen is? So cheers to Jordan. I think some of the ideas were there too. I think that too, Jordan. And again, we don't have to say that. I just mean, can we entertain it? Yell at me. I'm just trying to, let's talk about it. Let's discuss this. And I'm like, I kind of get where Jordan's coming from because I kind of agree with this. And this is why I'm surprised that everyone's like not even willing to think, not even willing to like assign any probability to this. Zero. And I just think, zero. No one explicitly said that, right? But kind of the sentiment I'm getting out there, I'm like, whoa. Oh boy, EO. Feel like EO, cheers. I forgot it feels like that at the market. Yep, I do mean at the market. Sorry, EO. Sorry, my bad. They did regarding buybacks. Oh wait, what are you saying, Gats? There's a timeline now, depreciate, and then they made it enormous. Wait, what was the miscalculation, Gats? Sorry. Doesn't mean they can't deliver. That's right, Gats. That's right. What has management said that they are going to do that has best in class? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Super Sassy, what do you mean by this? The best in class? I'm not sure I follow. Was best in class stuff? Well, let me keep scrolling. Maybe this is tagging along with your transformational type thing, which I responded to. Yeah. Oh, the transformational stuff. Yep. Okay, so Rigo doesn't think Cohen and management will agree on the future for GME. Perhaps, but again, I see a lot of the current management's plan in this letter. Likewise, I see a lot of Cohen in this transcript. Not everything. No. But I see a lot of overlap between this stuff. So when they don't agree on the future for GME, that could be right now. I think there could be marginal disagreements. You know what I mean? Like, where's this bullet point? Oh, I mean, those are... I don't go through the letter. We already did this, but I think certainly they disagree on his level involvement, right? Receiving a loan board, so we know he disagrees with that. But a lot of this other stuff, there's a lot of overlap. That's just what I'm saying. Like, they're at least in the same ballpark. You're not a long-term... You don't be an investor in a company for 18 months or whatever it was for that long time period if you strongly disagree with everything they're doing. How could they not be in the same ballpark with the strategy? And now Cohen speaks up? That doesn't make any sense to me. Again, I'm not saying they agree with everything. I'm not saying that, but they're at least in the same ballpark because here it's November 2020, and based on that 13D, we can impute when he was getting involved. And we know they were talking. And I just think and then you see the letter. Okay, let me keep going. Yep. Okay. Cheers, Matt. Welcome, Matt. At $6 after Q2. Yep. Let's just give it. I know. And now it's 4 days now. Right. So it had that strong sell-off right there. It was only a couple of days right back. Let's see what happens. Trend line is very close. Yep, I agree, Polygon. I'm seeing that too. Oh, shit. Oh, Justin asked, what is one data point that shows management action resulted in a benefit to GameStop shareholders? I would say the strength of the balance sheet at the end of Q3. That's a huge one for me. Huge one for me, Justin. I think that you would agree with it. Oh, not the Dutch auction. Oh, sorry. I just... Well, I know we agree on that Dutch auction, Justin. Okay. Yeah, there's not much volume. Volume's worth calling out. Sub 10? How are we doing on volume? Yeah, not much. Not much at all. Poorly timed buybacks? I thought they were okay timed. I mean, with the stock price... I disagree, Steve. I disagree that they were poorly timed buybacks. They weren't optimized. They didn't perfect it. I disagree that you know my views on the Dutch auction, of course. But generally, when you buy back over a third of your shares at a $5 price point, and now we're looking at where it is right now, they were at least they certainly weren't poor. I would disagree with that. Danny, cheers. Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Yeah, a few more grays. Ain't that the truth? Okay, so Steve, the poorly timed, the debt redemption. So number one is they should have done that debt redemption. I was thinking that they would do it late last year. So I agree with that part, Steve. Once they didn't do it late last year, I think we can all agree they got they look what they ran into, right? Look what they ran into with COVID and everything. Right at the time that they were based on when they closed it up, June and July, it was clearly it overlapped within when they were attempting to refinance, and so it kind of got hit with the perfect storm there. That's it. I still agree with you, Steve. They again, I don't know about poorly, but it definitely could have been better. I felt it should have been later last year, and once they let it go so long, and then. You know what I mean? It was a bit like, oh shit, now what do we do? You know, and then you at least you give them a little bit of a little leeway on that because it just totally spun out of control for all retailers. Okay, SG&A improvements, exactly, Jordan. Yeah, some other things. I know Justin some of these knows some of these. I'm not gonna buying at a higher than its price. And we're gonna mess stuff up. Struts, welcome, Struts. Welcome, Struts. Struts is here to mess shit up. So you think Struts gives a shit? He came. He's here. Let's do it. Let's do it, Struts. Hell yeah. It's number 2 to buyback stop. 4-class. Welcome, 4-class. Oh, yeah. I'm confused by the buyback critiques. Debt at discounts. I'm not so not that they couldn't have bought back immaterial amounts of the debt at discounts. I feel confident that there wasn't enough liquidity. That price would have got bid up fairly quickly. I don't know that for sure, but I lead in that direction. The stock buyback, I feel as though they yeah, I don't know. I just shared my thoughts on that. Insider buying, I agree with James on that. I would have always liked to see more. Hey, Space Burrito. Welcome, welcome. Time in the store. Dude, yeah. Oh shit. They're probably. So Super Saucy. So Super Saucy saying, do you really trust management to be looking out for the shareholders' best interests? And I would say, I mean, you hope so, right? But what's the reason to distrust? What's the reason to distrust the management team, Super Saucy? That would be. What have they done to cause you to distrust them? That's going to be my response because at this point, yeah, I lean in that direction. I'm not saying 100% sure. Hopefully, you Super Sauce, you know how I talk and stuff. But what is it that causes you to distrust them, right? Because again, I lean on the foundation here is they have successfully executed up till this point. They haven't done everything perfectly. I've disagreed with certain elements strongly. Even Q3 left me wanting more, blah, 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 Super Saucy. But what is it that's causing you to think that they're not looking out for shareholders' best interest? Because if those items maybe we can agree we can disagree about, right? Make it an easier conversation. Hopefully I've talked about some of that stuff. Sorry, L. Can I please say at the market offering? Oh, I blew it, L. I'm so sorry, L. So let me look at this, L. Oh, my bad, L. I'm 8 deep. No, I'm kidding. Yes, yep, Jordan saying too. Yep, bit slow on stuff. They have failed every guard. Getting Reggie was positive too. Yep. Yep, urgency, and that was the big thing. Many of us called out when we were looking through this letter, that urgency aspect. Yep. Blessed, welcome, Blessed. Oh, no article from Justin? Ah, shit. Okay. Yep, sounds like this weekend was a mess. Yeah, I did see that. Say not a man. So yeah, so what Hugo says, and again, you don't have to say, we don't all have to agree that this is the likely thing, but Hugo's saying maybe they don't have the urgency as some people want. Maybe because they are sure what will happen in 2020. That's why I say at least let's entertain in that possibility that they feel confident where they're headed, right? Very, very confident where they're headed, in which case they're moving at their own pace. Now they got the at the market offering, where they got that in hand, and they're working with Cohen potentially. You know, I mean, we know they got to be working with Cohen. The question for me is like the timing of it. Like, does it get bumped a while? I just think everyone's incentivized to move quicker, but I think it may just be they're managing the situation. If that's, I get where you're coming from, Hugo. So L, when you have cash on hand, a positive 600 billion, you do not do a 100 billion. 100 million. I think the million. But L, what I would say is this. I would say these are the reasons you do it. And I agree with everything Jim Bell has said here. That's what I mean. You'd have to be saying Jim Bell is completely full of shit. But otherwise, this is a good reason to have an at-the-market offering right here. This is it. And specifically, he points to the upside first, which is very important, right? Again, if you know that you've done a good job, you feel confident in the balance sheet strength, your liquidity position, and that it is indeed an opportunistic move, that's what you lead with. That language. That's it. Full stop. Hopefully everyone agrees with that. If it's true, if it were true. And the second thing is, and L, is this second part. Like I said, I always want this at the market offering. I always want this in my back pocket, especially in light of what's happening right now with store closures in certain areas and everything like that. At the end of the day, it still does offer some downside protection just in case they ever needed it. Now, they make it seem like it's unlikely that they would need it, right? Again, Bell makes that clear. But to have an extra 100 million cash just in case if they needed to use it, there's not even any guarantee they do any of this stuff. But I think there are legitimate reasons for this, L, even with that much cash on their books. I do. In their forecast, like I said, I would have been okay if it was even more. The market might have been pissed if it was for more than that. But that's how I view this type of stuff. I really put a high value on optionality. Okay, so struts. Number one, I did not say it was all a result of management. I didn't say that this was all a result of management. In fact, Cohen's involvement certainly did have an impact of part of this price movement. There's degrees of urgency. That much we can talk about whether or not they're moving with haste and all blah blah blah. But as far as the upward move, all I would say is struts is Ryan Cohen doesn't have firm. He's a big investor in this, and yes, he's contributed to it, but he hasn't even come to some sort of a resolution yet, and that the price is continuing to get bid up. And is this because the market is expecting him to get more involved in stuff? And how? That's the thing. We've said this for many months. These moves are hard to parse, but when you're coming from a level of undervaluation, and the free cash flows are coming, whether or not Cohen's involved. I mean, the free cash flows are coming whether or not Cohen's involved over the next 12 months, 24 months. I mean, I don't understand how people who disagree with that have a different style of analysis, but Cohen is going to have a modest impact on what free cash flows will be over the next 18 months. And I continue to believe that what the free cash flows that they generate relative to the prevailing market cap will be gigantic. And that will drive the price in the market. What the market is, again, somewhat factoring in Cohen, but they are also factoring in those free cash flows that we are getting closer to and closer to. That's value investing. That's how this stuff works. And I do, by and large, believe that the market is buying into this stuff. And I don't think it's strictly Cohen. I think that the market sometimes is slow to come around to this fundamental thesis. How many of us had a thesis, a GameStop thesis, where Cohen wasn't even something we were factoring in? Like I said, for me, he's a proxy about that tremendous upside optionality. But I didn't even know who Cohen. Like, I didn't even know him. You know what I mean? And you may say, well, he's the only reason. I'm like, you know how many stocks I've been in where they just move up gradually just because the market is coming around to the story that I've been researching for quite a while. I know that's the case for many of us. Yeah, 600 million. Okay. Reason for urgency. Cohen divest. Yeah, well, I also agree that, bless his if Cohen walked, which I don't think is likely in the near term, that would have a short-term negative impact on the stock price. Long-term, it's the free cash flows. Yep, doesn't want them. Yep, many reasons that folks are incentivized, yep, to move quickly. Yep. Talk about, I mean, that's the thing. If he strongly disagreed with everything they were doing, and I don't think that based on this letter, but if he did, he'd certainly want to get in there sooner rather than later. But this also begs the question, what the hell took him so long? It's December. If you strongly disagreed and you thought they were ridiculous and the plan was absurd, I know he has built up his stake. It's a much larger position. I get that. But even still, it still begs the question. Yeah, what's going? Yep, what's their next move? Hyperbole Kid, welcome back. Welcome back. I do agree with this, Struts, that the console window to generate cash for the transformation is only so long. So I agree with you, Struts. That was part of my reason for thinking I would hope we would have more by the end of 2020 because it's here. That was my basis, Struts. So I agree with you on that. And again, I just think, but if they did have anything, right, you could at least imagine that you have the at the market offering. Then you can, if there's any plans to, if they are going to reach a resolution with Cohen, that's ahead of them. If they were going to announce something, that's ahead of them. And then all the bad quarters are behind them. You know what I mean? It's like now you could go into 2021, boom, 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 boom. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the optimal strategy. I don't know, but it's a path that no one's really taken seriously right now, and I think there should be. I think one should assign a probability to that, even if you don't think it's likely. Because if it ever did happen, boom, 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 boom. That's what I think. Oh, sorry, L. Oh, I see L's messages. Stop saying that to money. My bad, L. My bad. Oh, I disagree, Struts. Based on share price reaction to earnings, Sherman is not in the same ballpark. I disagree. How Struts, right off the bat, you're assigning too high of a weighting to short-term price action. That can, not only, I mean, you can draw the wrong conclusion based on that. Struts, your point would have been valid on September 11th, where the stock price fell. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be careful with that, overweighting that short-term price action. Just because it's sold off doesn't mean that Sherman's not in the same ballpark with Cohen. Too much options for you. Cheers, Al. I mean, true that, right? You're thinking about that stuff more than you are that an at-the-market offering, right? Of course. You know well, you know. Yeah, they're skeptical of the revenue, right, Steve? They're skeptical of it. Yeah, so I agree with you. So this is fair, Justin, talking about maybe they're being strategic with the transparency. So I was a big proponent of that too, Justin, like you. Same after Q2, I'm with you. So we're right at that line, Justin. I agree with you because I was thinking that same thing where it's like, okay, I can kind of see this as long as it comes in the next one. And then Q2, I'm sure, I don't remember what I said, but I think a lot of us were like, whoa, we were kind of hoping for some more. We didn't get it. But again, even as I was like, I'm with you, Justin, where I'm like, well, wouldn't that be sick if it comes at Q3, the consoles or whatever? Then we didn't get it. So like I said, with each passing week, month, quarter, I have to discount it. Hands are tied. I have to discount the possibility that they have anything. But I wouldn't. So not so much an excuse, Justin. But if it were strategic, that's what I'm getting at. But indeed, I'm not saying that's definitely it or anything like that. I'm just saying, just imagine. But because this sticks out to me. This language. At the market, who thought that they would announce something like this a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago? Nobody. Even I'm like, what the hell? So I'm not so sure it's an excuse, but indeed, and I wanted more too. I wanted more of that conference call. I mean, I would say, I mean, certainly, if it didn't happen, I mean, I've been talking about how Q4 and Q1 and Q2 that can break my thesis. Certainly. If we got the Q4 results and we didn't have anything material besides that Microsoft partnership, well, holy shit, what the hell? You know what I mean? Like, certainly. But I know for some people, like, well, that's too far off. But even I'm like, okay. Yeah, more plans. I want to see, but we want to seriously model that upside. Need more change yesterday. Missing a clear roadmap, indeed. Even if they're working on the right things, right? If it's scattered about, there's no abundantly clear roadmap. I mean, for those requesting it, a la Cohen, I mean, I'm not sure that you're going to get it. Like, again, I'm not exactly sure how much of a roadmap he's going to get at this point. You know what I mean? Like, we'll see. We'll see. See, the lack of guidance wasn't disappointing for me. I thought it was unlikely. They said they weren't going to offer it. Oh, I got their deck right here. I got their deck right there, super saucy. Yeah, so Steve Stock says, good management lays out a specific plan. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they lay out a clear plan. Generally, you don't want to get too much into the specifics. But indeed, you want more. I'm with you on that. Yeah, so I do agree with that, Steve. It was kind of a bit of a stay tuned. And that's what some people didn't like, right? And I was disappointed by that as well. But again, all right, let me keep going. Yep, omni-channel. No. So, taking a more, omni-channel itself isn't a strategy per se. Super saucy, as in like a transformational type strategy. However, super saucy, I would disagree that. Let me just reframe this. Super saucy is that I think that if they kicked ass on a general omni-channel front, if they crushed it e-commerce and they had an in-store experience that excited people, even if there wasn't any crazy transformation, I think there's a place for a GameStop. I think there's a place for GameStop here. It's very similar to that Chewy story. Do you know what I mean? And in that light, I do view it as a bit of a strategy. It's not super sexy or anything like that, but I would say that they seem to be executing on that front. And for me, that's an important thing. I was just naming a couple of them right off the bat, right? It's not some huge, super sexy thing, but worth mentioning. Among a lot of the other things that people just mentioned in the chat, I think I'm just getting caught up now. But I thought many of those were good as well. Just off the cuff type stuff. Cyberpunk. Hey, Eduardo. Welcome, Eduardo. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. It jumped. How far behind am I? I just missed some stuff. I apologize, everybody. My bad. Cruise control. Hey, yo! That's where I'm picking up. Oh, James said Cohen has lots of time. In theory, he does, right? But I think he's incentivized to move fast. We'll see. So Rigo, just to be clear, there's been no dilution. This is an option. But that said, I agree with you. If there's some huge upside, it could make sense to do more cash, and maybe they will down the line. But maybe they just start here. I don't know. Johan, good evening, Johan. Welcome. So Polygon asks, is a resolution with Cohen likely after that letter? Cohen name dropped Sherman and basically called him. Yeah, so Polygon, I had that same take where I'm like, whoa, I wasn't expecting this aggressive of a letter for a first pass. So I too was in that same. I don't know if they could, but if it did happen, you know what I mean. But it does discount the possibility, but I don't think it rules it out. Eric, welcome. Oh, Eric was eyeing 12. Okay. Didn't quite get there. Got real close, though, huh? Yeah, real close. Hey, maybe it comes yet. We'll see. If it breaks the trend, then we get a reason to look forward to that. Zalors, welcome. Management team left over hand. What's next? Omnichannel. Omnichannel. Oh, Foxed. Cheers, Foxed. Oh. Thank you, Foxed, huh? Whew, we got one. Except when I said at the money. Oh, I blew it. Oh, at least Elle knew. You're just thinking about options too much. You know what I mean? At the market, at the money. Cheers, Fox. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. You know what I mean? Even if that's not the eventual outcome, right? Even if it's not the eventual outcome, it's a possible outcome that no one is really taking seriously, and it surprises me in light of a lot that has transpired over the past couple of months and even the past year. Cheers, Fox. Okay. I'm not a total loon. Not yet. Except when I say at the money. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I blow. Okay. Okay, just trying to school. Man, we got a good turnout. Cheers, everybody, huh? At first, I thought I didn't realize how far behind I was. Let me keep going. I'll try to go quick. It's 8. Oh, blather in here. Bloomberg article. Oh yeah, and so Eric says, yeah, it's difficult to value this otherwise. I've seen huge ranges of expectations for free cash flow. That can be opportunity. Because when things are really difficult to value, that can be tremendous opportunity. Because everyone's looking at each other like, I don't know. The hell do you think? I don't know. And then no one is like, stocks like you see volatility and stuff can be opportunity. And I'm working under that assumption. So Eric asked, yeah, what's the process for replacing board seats? They could come to some sort of, you would think, resolution on that front in preparation for next year. But yeah, that remains to be seen. Okay, typography. Oh, Justin, you think the shelf handed him the throne? I don't agree with that. Oh, I don't agree with that. I think the shelf aligns. I think the shelf aligns with what Ryan Cohen wants and thinks. You know what I mean? So I said, like, I wouldn't expect this from this management team. And I'm taking them at their. I'm choosing to believe that he's not completely full of shit, right? You have to really that this is legit. This strikes me as we want to increase the speed at which we elevate and expand our omni-channel strategy. I think that seems aligned with what he wants. I'm kind of surprised, Justin, you think that hands him the throne. There's other things that maybe people might take issue with that could. I don't think that. Interesting. Oh, and just to be clear, Polygon, it's an offer. Okay, sweet. That's right. It's not a poison pill. That's right. Hystrix, cheers. It opens up the option to liquidate. No, I mean to raise some cash by way of some source. And how convenient it would be. How convenient it would be if the stock price ran and they did this. You know what I mean? And you may say, oh, that's not going to happen. There's no way that's going to happen. But if it did, would some folks walk back their views of this at the market? You know what I mean? And again, you don't have to think that's likely. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if it did happen and it did work out, it did work out beautifully, as generally speaking the buybacks have, where they bought back a shit ton at an average price around 5, and the stock price sitting here even after a big sell off right near 13. Doesn't it look brilliant? I agree with Daniel. Yep, its sentiment seems to be shifting toward like Ryan Cohen. Like that's why I say people are armed. They had this in their back of their mind. They're looking at this conference. They're like, yep, Ryan Cohen it is. You know what I mean? I think. Oh, I disagree with you, Justin. I disagree with you on this at the market offering. I think I strongly disagree with you. One would think Cohen is, building support here. If only because the stock price sold off following the conference call. I know some of us were wondering, too, how institutions, maybe they would automatically just tilt toward existing management, but I wonder their thoughts now. I mean, we can't know, but... Daniel says, Ryan tweeted emoji and generated more hype than the entire ER. That could be true. All right, so Justin, okay. So Justin's saying not to believe this. Oh, that's a, and I I don't 100% believe anything, but this would be quite the misleading statement. You know what I mean? I assume if that's what you're talking about, Justin, or in particular this part. And even just to be clear, with management teams generally, I'll always doubt their language. I'll always be like, or you're just saying that because you want to frame it that way. You know what I mean? Like, I have to do that. You know how much I care about that downside protection. But here, it's almost he made a point to call out certain things, and then the way they responded it in the Q&A, I'm like, well, okay, I mostly take it at face value. This is what they're saying, so I run with that. You heard me say that about the likelihood that they'll provide guidance. I'm like, they said they weren't going to give guidance. That should be our base case. This is my base case. That's my base case. That's all. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen. And Justin, I know Justin thinks similarly. But I think this is my base case. Oh, Justin. Well, I mean, you don't have to entertain it, Justin, but I think you should. I think it's a mistake to not even entertain that. Eric. Cheers, Eric. Cheers. Welcome. This shit is better than an HBO mystery. Oh, damn, that's funny. That is funny. It do feel like that. It do. Sometimes. We'll get our magnifying glasses out. Look at it. Jorge, what's up? Jorge, what's up? Oh, Polygon. Okay. Polygon. No, we got the... I'll take a note of that ticker. I'll pull it up later. I'm going to try to keep grinding here. All right. Super saucy. I don't know what you're referring... Wait, are you referring to me or the language? I assume you're referring to the language. It can be fluff BS. Absolutely. Like, that kind of tags along with what I was just saying. There needs to be a buffer. There needs to be a little bit of, you always need to factor in bullshit. Absolutely. Well, we don't know that Barry missed the entire run-up. That's not true, Justin, as far as we know. Well, he trimmed. He didn't miss the entire run-up. It was one of his biggest positions, Justin, as far as it was last reported. He participated in greatly, you know what I mean? As far as we know. Could have trimmed right before. We don't know following September 30th, but... Roger. Welcome, Roger. Cheers. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Fox, I'm correct on the script? This is big news for me. Okay, wait. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, Fox, I hope you elaborate, because I'm super curious about this. Oh, yes, Fox. Sick. Let's go. Fox, all right. Oh, Fox, I hope you elaborate. I hope they don't disappear. Let me see, quick. Oh, Fox, I'm relieved. I'm relieved. Getting a crash course in activist. Oh, okay, Fog. Okay, crash course in activist double talk. Okay. Activist in defense strategy by management. Okay, Fox. Okay, I'm listening. Okay, so I'll run with this, Super Saucy. So Super Saucy, I want these call outs. Super Saucy saying that I'm literally they're feeding me what I want to hear without providing anything actionable or targets to hold themselves accountable to. So a couple of things, I'll run with this, Super Saucy, because these are the types of things I want to respond to. Is number one, that's not what I wanted to hear. Was I wanted to hear more. I wanted to hear more upside. I said that, Super Saucy. You know what I mean? Like, number one, I said I was disappointed by the conference call, so I wouldn't say they're feeding. Maybe you mean this specific section. That's fine, but I'm talking just generally. So I'm not getting everything I want. But I would agree they're not providing anything, so any specific actions or targets. And this is what I'm saying. I know Justin can't or doesn't want to, or maybe other folks feel the same way. But if they did have, if there was a plan here and they were continuing to successfully execute as they have been in the past, couldn't it be super saucy that what they're doing could optimize, could result in the potentially best outcome for shareholders, and that they get all this taken care of, and then they drop the stuff. Again, as time passes, you have to discount that. I have no choice, but I just think, why super saucy? Why is it so important to hear specific actionable things or target things on the Q3 conference call of 2020? Why is it so important to get that stuff here? That's my question to you. I wanted it. You wanted it. Many other people wanted it. As far as management is approaching, why is it so important to have that on the Q3 conference call? Why did it have to happen there? And because it didn't happen there, you throw in the towel. Why is it so important in that Q3 conference call? I just think now truly, because I was saying this after Q2, I'm sure I did. Now truly, all the shit is behind them. Like all the shit. There could still, I'm not saying that it's all beats from here on out. I'm not saying that, but like that was the final last quarter. And you even got that, and now you got the Cohen letter out that was berating them. It could get worse, it could, but I just think now everything up ahead is going to be great year-over-year stuff, and you're going into the new year. If they resolve anything with Cohen, whatever the hell that looks like, and I think maybe that's the time we want everything to go boom, 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 as opposed to spreading it out. I don't know. I'm just saying it seems like it could be, and even though I wanted more stuff too, Sal Prasasi, I refuse to say that's definitely what they should have done. I don't know what they definitely should have done. I know what I wanted. And I'm getting a feel for what other people wanted too. In some ways, we're on the same boat. But I think, how sure are you that would have been in the best interest of everyone? I can't say that I'm certain of that. And this is why I'll keep going. Yeah, Daniel, or maybe sending that strongly worded letter gets people to support him too. Yeah, I agree with you, Jordan. It's like it seems likely that they are listening to some of the stuff that we know they're talking too. There's just so much overlap between these. Turned out to be. Agree. Okay, so Super Saucy listens to items now. Dutch auction, agreed. Slow store closures. I think I agree with that, Super Saucy. I was kind of surprised. Again, this is one of those things too. I didn't have high conviction as to what they definitely should be doing. It did seem slow to me, but I remember thinking maybe it was they had reason to do it. But indeed, I fumbled IR. I don't know what that means, Super Saucy. Oh, maybe of this year. They definitely messed up in some ways. Yep. Shelf offering. Oh, I don't agree with this. You're listing this with some other things, and I don't agree with. I don't agree with that. No actionable digital milestones. Not yet. I would just say not yet, but indeed, that's something we want. Okay. You know what? I mean, Struts. Why is everyone making it more difficult than it needs to be? You want to put more cash and increase the balance sheet and force the school? I mean, not so much squeeze Struts, right? If the price just goes higher, they could issue it. Hey, Scott. Cheers, Scott. She sold us. The stock is significantly higher. That's right. So everyone's talking about dilution, automatic dilution. I'm like, yeah, okay. If they issued those shares, like people would have. Like, I could understand some of these viewpoints if there were an offering. If they issued shares and they issued shares at $12, $13, I'm like, yeah, I'm with you. I'm like, what the hell? Are you kidding me? But they didn't. And it's almost like I'm just saying, if that price does run for whatever reason, and they do it at the higher prices, just like with those buybacks You may view this at the market offering a bit different. That's certainly multiple times. Yep. Oh, okay, Justin. Okay, all right. Saying more than an article. Gotcha. 8-ball time. I get the 8-ball close, Jordan. I got the 8-ball close. No doubt. Yeah, I don't know. I agree, Struts. So Struts. This is right. So Struts saying if management came out that they're actively working with Cohen and they're working together to bring shareholders values, the stock pops. Like there's so many folks on here how we talk about how negative sentiment is keeping this down and how Ryan Cohen, his involvement would be perceived as bullish by the market, right? And if everyone's going to attribute, as other people are, if these folks on here who are saying, oh, this is all Ryan Cohen, what if they come to a resolution in the near term? This stock price could pop. It could run, and then we know with the short interest and all this stuff happens, and then if the at the market, and then they start doing it, then it's gonna be a different stream. That's gonna be a different stream. And right now, I think everyone's kind of focused on that near-term price action. But Struts is talking about that optionality here, that if this stuff happens, but they won't. Okay, Struts. I should have kept on reading. It's possible. Investment. Yeah, I don't know about that takeout angle. That still doesn't seem particularly likely to me. Well, okay, Junior. Cheers, Junior. Welcome. Saying, hey, can we just wait for the holiday sales numbers? That's a reason to drag your feet with stuff, right? There's no guarantee that they'll beat and surprise everybody and blah, blah, blah. But there's another, it'll just be probably less than a month away. But it could be that any Cohen type stuff could be more impactful. But indeed, I'm waiting for that too, Junior. Oh, that's right. So Fox, we talk about free cash flow, right? Talk about free cash flow and how that's what will win out over time. Fox says, well, you get Ryan Cohen involved, forget the free cash flow. And I might agree with that, right? Because he's going to be growth. But look at how the market is rewarding those types of stocks. Some of the biggest wins can happen when the market goes from, I've said this many times, right? But the market prices the stock for bankruptcy. Holy shit, the company's not going bankrupt. It re-rates. That's what you see. That's what has happened with GameStop so far. The market's like, oh shit, they're not going bankrupt, right? And then if it can ever happen, if it goes from, oh shit, they're not just going bankrupt, but they could thrive moving forward. They can turn into a growth story over time. That's where you have tremendous wins. And that, in my mind, hasn't been broken yet. And I just think in Cohen's involvement increases the chances of that final new lens that the market could view GameStop. And no one's taking that seriously at this point. But and then it's almost like it's okay to have that negative free cash. Right now, that free cash flow is so critical. Make sure they get the strong balance sheet, get to the new consoles, make sure you get that downside protection for that near term. But it's like, okay, if they do it and they succeed and they're really trying to reinvent and grow to this huge company, then yeah, they might have to have some growth capex. Still go up. Right, exactly, Jordan. Right. That's right, exactly. Polygon says if Cohen is leading GameStop or not, I have to say if Cohen is just involved, if Cohen is involved and on good terms with the management team, that's enough. I know even I myself was increasing the probability of him being CEO previously. I didn't think it was likely after that first. Earlier, and then after the letter, I'm like, all right, I'll entertain this. But now I'm like, but as far as the market goes, I think if he's just involved, I think that could be enough. But I agree with you, Polygon. If he's involved or if he's leading GameStop, it becomes a story stock with a storyteller CEO like Tesla. Cheers, Polygon. I'm with you on that. And look at how the market is willing to bid up these companies. And even if you disagree with some of those, that's okay. But sometimes the market doesn't give a shit about our opinions, mine included. And right now, that stuff is bid up quite a bit. So that's why GameStop has been a unique opportunity because it's kind of got both. It's kind of got both going for it. And yeah, so we'll have to see what happens here. But I think a Ryan Cohen involvement increases the chances the market is willing to get it to that final stage of what Polygon's describing as it becomes a story stock. And the market is not pricing that at all. I think the market is assigning a 0% probability to that right now, which surprises me. You know how I feel about those 0% probability assignments, and 100% probability assignments for that matter. That's right. Depends on your time frame, right? That's right, Fox. It depends. Everyone has a different approach to this. Some people might not like that. Fox says, "Oh, rotation from value to growth investors can be painful." Discrete Fox takes about can take time. Oh, Jeff Amazon, welcome. Cheers, Jeff. Cheers. No Cohen. I don't know if I agree with that, though. I would be curious as to where it would trade, but without Cohen involved. That would lead to funds for growth, yep. Justin talked about low-hanging fruit to collect free cash flow, yep. And a lot of that stuff they've been executing on over the past year. That was a big part of my thesis. I felt as though there was low-hanging fruit on some of this cost-cutting stuff, and I just felt the past management teams weren't really trying at that stuff. And I thought, oh, imagine if you had a team that did try. Yeah, I agree, Jordan. I think Cohen can get people on board with this too. Yep. So Fox says it's possible, but nothing in his background has shown an ability to manage a company to be free cash flow possible. So this is another question, right? It's not necessarily all about how the market perceives this opportunity, but what about execution? How important is execution, right? These things get difficult to say. How is this going to impact stock price, right? Is that, hey, market starts viewing it as a growth opportunity and blah, 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 but could he actually pull it off? That would take time, even to see if it can be pulled off. Activist double talk, yeah, Fox. Boom, 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 boom. Watch Cohen's interview in a moment. Jake. Welcome, Jake. Justin, I don't understand. I don't know how you can say that they're not in the same ballpark. There's just so much overlap between what Cohen is proposing and what they're actually doing. Story is lacking, but the individual components, I don't know. I guess we just disagree on that. That's okay. He doesn't even know the rules of the game. It's a good line. Spend for growth. Yep. Folks talking about there are plenty of interviews out there on YouTube of Ryan Cohen interviews, and there's some with his attorney as well. The multiple rewards growth. Yep. Yep, Strut's talking about how Cohen can convince markets. I agree, but while momentum's on his side. So I agree, Struts. That's another reason I felt he might be incentivized, or they might be incentivized to move quickly, because if they did have something and they were working toward, you know what I mean? Like if they were working towards something, it would behoove Cohen to move in sooner rather than later, you know? Before the huge free cash flows come. And we just listed a whole bunch of other reasons earlier in the stream, but that's another one of the reasons. Before, I mean, if the stock price is at $30, everyone's gonna be like, we're doing okay, Ryan Cohen, unless of course he's part of that reason, the resolution or whatever. But just need to be. So Jordan's expecting a response before January 1st too. Okay, yeah, because like he's probably just waiting to see the price action too. Like I said, it's still early. It's still early on some of this stuff. Maybe he too is trying to gauge sentiment out there, like many of us are as well. continuing to. We figured once he sent this letter out that he's talking to investors, seeing how they feel about this, how they think about him. Same thing now after the conference call. How have their views changed? What do they think about how the quarter went? The aftermarket offering, all the other variables that came into play, and whether they're either more on board or less on board, that stuff. So those calls could be continuing to happen. Now I have no idea, but it wouldn't surprise me. And yeah, Daniel, if they had anything announced this year, it'd be massive hype. You know what? And so in this, this at the market offering too, what do they know now? They saw what happened with the Microsoft news. That shit popped 40% on the Microsoft news. What if they had something else? And they saw, whoa, they're like looking at each other like, did you see what happened on that Microsoft news? That shit popped 40%. We're still there. And they think, well, we got some other stuff that we could announce if we wanted to. Maybe we should have an at-the-market offering, a shelf offering ready to go just in case something happens, And I agree, but it could be massively hyped. And in light of the short interest too, the elevated short interest, and the Cohen angle, kind of everyone's on the same. Yeah, okay. Oh boy. All right. We active tonight. I missed a whole bunch. I apologize. I'll keep going. Damn. David. Welcome, David. Colin. Yeah, Steve, I know. For some of us. Steve saying it's the third 30% plus sell-off since I've been a shareholder, huh? Yeah. We're inured to the suffering. Different Hugo. Welcome, Hugo. I don't know about a dividend in this environment. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, so this is a good question. Super Saucy asking, who do I think is best to lead the company the next 3 years? Current management board of directors, and Cohen and Cohen. And so we just talked about this, Super Saucy, on a recent stream. This is tough to answer, especially with everything that you've heard me say. I have felt management team has executed thus far. We've seen Cohen succeed with Chewy in the past. It's not clear cut for me. I tilt toward the management has successfully executed on this nuts and bolts type thing. I think that is more their specialty than the huge growth type initiatives. And so I'd have to say I lean toward Cohen, but it's not as clear cut for me as it is for other people. It could be that a best case scenario is them working together. Like I said, I'm not as negative toward this management team as some other folks, and a big part of that is because of what they've done. I understand that the future is different than the past, these past 18 months. I get that. And I'm not saying that they would definitely crush or anything like that. I just mean I'm not certain that Cohen would either, or at least I've seen this team kind of get something over the past 18. So it's not as clear for me, but I tilt toward a Cohen. Maybe even you say the next 3 years, but I'm thinking like 2 years beyond. It's almost like they're still in it right now, where they're getting that cash flow and stuff. But where is that cash going to be redeployed? But they'll be doing this stuff at the same time, of course. Jordan with the lines. Been a while, Jordan. We're going to draw them lines on the chart. No doubt. If the at-the-money shelf was so fantastic, why did 30% of the board vote against it? I don't know. Did they? I don't know. Did they share? Well, I just said it could. I think, Justin, would you agree that it could be? It could, depending on the future events, that it could be fantastic. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that it definitely is fantastic right now. Actually, my base case is that they may not issue any. So it's neutral. It's nothing. But if it works out, I think it will be looked back on, oh boy, that was pretty brilliant that they did that just as their share buybacks. And as you know, Justin, how much shit did they get last year for the buybacks from other people? So I don't know. I don't know if folks voted against it, why they did. I'd be curious to hear their thoughts if they speak out against it. But just because one just because one person feels that way, they're not necessarily right. They can be entitled to their opinion. Even seems like we disagree on this. You're entitled to your opinion, but I don't think how the board votes is necessarily an indication as to what's optimal. It can be, but they're not. They can make mistakes too. Okay, so Alex. Oh, cheers, Alex. I don't know why I said what up. That the shelf offering sealed the board's fate, but I'm not sure. Yeah. No, I don't think so. Ivan, welcome, Ivan. No, Jorge's back. Oh, okay. I shared that. Silverside, welcome. That's his Twitter account. I mean, how can I be 100% certain of internet stuff? It seems very, very likely that's his Twitter account. You know me with those probabilities. It's hard for me to say 100% anything. I'm like 90%. I'm 90% sure. Hey, Silverside, all right, welcome. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Cheers, welcome. Great discussion tonight. A lot of back and forth, a lot of disagreements here. This is excellent. Welcome. Glad you're participating. Getting good. What'd you say? Yeah, I mean, always that. And good question too, Silverside, because those things are always worth asking about, right? You don't just want to run with something. It's good to verify something. Oh, Gats. Gats, I think you made it come in a little bit late, but this is the argument for the at the market shelf right here. That they could opportunistically raise some cash, just in theory, that could. Where's that language? That could accelerate their transformational strategies. I mean, this isn't a bad thing. This is terrific! Oh, Jorge with the price action by the end of the week. Jorge, I'd say I hope it's over 13 by the end of the week. That would be good. I hope so, Jorge. Okay, Polygon's 90% confident. He's got those intervals between 5 and 30, yeah. Yep, it could be Ryan Cohen has allies on the board, like people who are supporting his initiatives, and maybe supporting Cohen's initiatives more so than some of management. Absolutely, that could be. Oh, Gats, I'll catch up because I think I talked about that shelf. I'll catch up. I think I'm just behind there. Cheers, Eduardo. Eduardo's done looking at the daily price. Probably smart. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. It's not worth it. Cheers to that, Eduardo. Whew. You know, it could be. We could just go to sleep for a year. We'll wake up next year, see where we're at. Yeah, Jordan. Oh, welcome, Jordan. Jordan, just need to walk away for a month. So exactly, it could be. That could be the best. That could be the best approach. So super saucy. I'd say it appears as though, based on sentiment that I'm seeing out there, the shelf offering has hurt them in the short term. I'd agree with that. I think that the market's interpretation of that has tilted bearish, and they think, what the hell's going on here? They lean more towards it's a protective, defensive type strategy. That's what I'm picking up on. And how will we will only know in time. But that's clearly the knee-jerk reaction. So as of now, I'd say the shelf offering has had that impact. I agree with you, super saucy. I don't agree that it's. I don't know that it's I don't know that it's useless. That seems too strong, Super Saucy, because they already have the cash. Some of these transformational initiatives and this stuff takes cash. And we've talked about this a bit on past streams too, where some of it can take a ton of cash. If you're serious about it and you're going ham, you're like, yo, we're doing this. Are we doing this? We're doing this. You want more money. You want more cash. I don't care how much is on the balance sheet. So this kind of speaks to they're taking this seriously, whereas some people are kind of like, no, they're doing it because they need it. And I just think, okay, well, that means Bill is completely full of shit, which maybe, but he's trying to make it abundantly clear that that's not the case. It's because it's opportunistic and they want to accelerate their strategies, blah, blah, blah. And I think Super Saucy, even if they had this cash, I raise more. They could have raised more. Maybe they could be down the line. Certainly, I think if a Cohen got involved, that might be something he wants to do. But just because they have the cash in the books, I don't think it makes it useless. Oh, Super Saucy. See, this is a take I think is a wrong take. The only effect is to hurt shareholders. That's just not true. Search One, welcome. Cheers, Search. Rico's tired of the volatility, yeah. Whew. No, and Justin agrees with that. Great. Okay. Okay, Gats. Uh-oh. Whoa! Oh, no! Oh, no! It's so important because this is when they start to get all the money. Oh yeah, but Justin, as in they have that where the balance sheet currently is, and they have more free cash flows coming in. But all else equal, Justin, for a significant turnaround, the more cash, the better. That's how I feel. That's what I was saying. It could have been more. Certainly, if it were an offering, if there were a share offering announced, and they were issuing shares at $12, $13, $14, I agree with this take. I'm on board with this. But it wasn't an offering. It wasn't. No shares were issued. That's what I mean. No shares were issued. They just have the option to do it. And I think, if ever, I know it's hard for people to they're like, oh, the stock price isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And I just like, if it did, I think that these takes would need to be walked back. I think all of you would have to walk if it happens. You may say it's not going to happen. It's very unlikely. Fair. That's okay. I'm okay with that. But if it did. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I can see a path that it could happen, and then they opportunistically issue those shares, and it's just a marginal dilution that we should be happy about because they maybe have some additional cash to successfully accelerate the transformational strategies. Then it would be a good thing. I'm so kind of surprised that it's like it's viewed as like completely a bad thing. This was one of the takes I was picking up on over the weekend. That's why I kind of started with this. Okay. Jordan. I like Jordan. Jordan says COVID issues or cash needed for their vision. Right. That's what they say here. Either way, not great for shareholders and not needed. It isn't yet. I'd agree with that. It isn't yet great. I don't think it's bad. But they needed more info to fully defend it. And this is why this is an argument, right? And there's no real wrong right here. There's some gray area, but this is what I mean. Jordan's saying, hey, well, we need more information on it to know for sure that it was a good thing or bad thing. And that's true. This is what I'm saying is that we're missing some information. And but people are thinking that that information will never come. And that could be true, but I'm like, well, it could. And then we might view this differently. So Justin's saying we need to know how they're going to use it. I don't need to know. Maybe you do. But the presumption in that type of a statement is that it's going to be used poorly. You don't need. Let's say you don't know, Justin, but hypothetically it is definitely going to be used for something great. But you don't know. That you don't know doesn't change that. So you don't need to know. It could be for something great. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of that what do we want? What would we like to have versus what would be best? It's messy. It's messy stuff. Yeah, okay. Okay, and I'm with you. Super Sassy saying behind. This is the response to why it's important. It's because we've waited 18 months for this. They'll have $1 billion soon. I want to know what they're going to do with it. That's fair, Super Sassy. Like I said, I expected to know more by late 2020. I am with you on that. And that's why, I'm with you on that. Same thing as before, though. You want to know. You want to know. We need to know. And I'm just thinking, imagine if you have the nuts. If you had the nuts. I mean, no offense to you, Super Saucy, or to me, because I want to know this stuff too, but we don't have to know this stuff for them to be on the right path. Now, you might say, because we don't know it, that decreases the chances. That part's okay. This is what I'm saying we could entertain, is that if you knew you had it, if they have, well, that's the thing. Not everyone thinks that they've been executing as well as apparently I think that they have been, but I don't know. I think I said this last week too. We'll know soon enough. In 1 month's time, I look like the biggest idiot. I look like an idiot that I'll be talking about this stuff, right? Hey, it could be. It could be. Like, I don't think it's going to take 6 months for me to look like an idiot if that's the case. We'll probably know soon enough. Cheers, Stephanie. Welcome, Stephanie. Cultivating mass. True. Cultivating mass. Whoa, and that point too. Hey, it's holiday season, right? Sometimes you get these late December rallies in some of these stocks, and people are going to be shopping for this. We said that last month too. You never know with that, but I'm just scrolling through some of the things I've touched on already and other folks have mentioned. I'm going to skip some things here. It may come up again. Oh, so I'm with you on that, Justin. Justin said, why not announce the shelf in August? I'm with you on that. They should have already had this shelf. Justin, I felt they should have added the shelf. I mean, I wasn't saying this, but they should have had that shelf 6 months ago. Do it when, I mean, it gets messy. I mean, what they were doing the debt exchange and this other stuff. But I'm of the opinion, Justin. You've heard me say this, that all that optionality. I want it yesterday. Always, I want it yesterday. And I don't know. I don't know why they didn't. Why on earnings day? Indeed, yeah. I don't know. Partly, it's a good question that I don't know the answer to. Then begs the question too: is the Ryan Cohen letter impacting that? And that could speak to part of the reason. That's why I say kind of aligns with the Cohen approach to some of this stuff, but I'm not sure. Great question, Super Saucy. So I think I may have already answered this, but you said let's flip it. What is the latest you would accept a digital plan with milestones? Just to be clear, Super Saucy, I did want more initiatives announced by now. That was part of my thesis, is that I expected to have more by the time the consoles were out. But when I see this type of stuff and I read through this and I think, it seems like it's not necessarily ideal for some of our timelines, but I think, maybe it could still be there, but this is still a terrific question, Super Saucy, and I would have to say, I think I already said this, if we had nothing besides the Microsoft thing, and I know the general omnichannel stuff, I agree with you, that's not like one of those specific digital type initiatives, of course, right? It's kind of broader, but like if we only had the Microsoft done by the time the Q4 results are announced in late March, early April, I'm like, what the hell? I don't know what to say at that point. What more could I say? I mean, Q1 is getting real late. When would that be? June? Really, I mean, I would want something. Like I said, I would want something yesterday. I would want something before Q4. But I guess with knowing that Q4 is that big readout, bigger expectations for that, that's also a big impact on my fundamentals modeling and stuff. I guess on that upside type stuff, I guess that could be a natural endpoint too. Maybe Q4. It's a good question that I don't have a great answer for. Yeah. When is it officially too late? Yeah. Well, just to be clear, Super Saucy, when is it too late for them to announce maybe a clear plan, right? To suggest that they have no plan, that's too strong. But to announce a more formal, clear plan is, I mean, many of us are talking about plans, right? And some of us wanted stuff. We were kind of bits and pieces over the past couple of months. But this word plan that a lot of people talk about is because of Cohen, right? Not as many people were kind of just critiquing their plan to this level before the Cohen letter. I think that's framing a lot of people's thinking. But anyway, I think plan aside, just more information on some of that upside stuff. What'd you say? Yeah, I don't know. In Superside, the way you kind of framing this stuff, it's almost as if they have a plan. That's the that's the panacea for a lot of this stuff. And I just think, you know what would be good if they just execute on some of these things that they're working toward. I too want a plan, and I get where Cohen's coming from. I'm not saying he's wrong or that you're wrong, Superstar, anything like that. You know what I care more about? Them successfully executing on some of this stuff, getting the free cash flow that they need, and making sure that they transform themselves. That said, generally speaking, having a plan and knowing what that roadmap looks like could be better, but it doesn't break it in the absence of it. You know what I mean? Tim, welcome Tim, Smash, welcome Smash. Cheers, guys. No, Gats, not everyone seemed to think that they had to give guidance. Okay. Okay, so Justin's saying we keep hoping if with this management and board of directors, and if never happens. There's some truth to that. Like I said, with each passing week, you have to discount some of this stuff. You have no choice. You can't delude yourself into this. Maybe some people think that I am doing that. I just think, I don't know, but you need to at least know that I'm discounting this too with each passing week. At this point, but not willing to throw in the towel yet. Something got to deliver. Yep. Beep boop 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 beep. I don't know. Okay, so this is the big one. So Strut's saying, hey, if management had bullets, they would be firing them right now. There's no PR. There's no counter to Cohen. The firemen are watching the house burn down. I don't know if I totally agree with that. I don't think that they would be firing them shortly, right? That's the thing. I don't think it had to be on Q3. Some people are some of their comments are suggesting to me that they felt it had to be by Q3, and I think I wanted it by I wanted more information by Q3, but I don't think that it had to be Struts. I would agree that if they did have bullets, they would need to be fired soon because, like I said, every week that passes, I'm discounting that there are any. Or that there is something more to it, that this is truly an opportunistic thing that they could take advantage of, in particular shelf. That they are in the same ballpark as like a code. Like these are the types of things where, like, as time passes, I'm with you. Who knows? But give it time. It's been 4 days since the earnings release, Struts. That's all I'd say. Is just for my own approach, I'm giving it a bit more time, and I reserve the right to change my mind as time passes. Get away with that. 3/4 of bad. Oh, see, Alex, I don't agree that it's been 3/4 of bad conference call. I don't agree that. Bad is too strong for me. Bad's too strong. Suboptimal. It's not everything we wanted. Oh, Super Saucy, I'll take that bet. 0% chance? Oh, I love these bets. Oh, I love them. Infinite returns. 0% chance that Ryan Cohen and board come to an agreement at this point. Ooh. Well, naturally, I disagree with the probability. I appreciate you sharing. I always, even if I disagree, I always love those probabilities along with some sort of forecast. But I don't know about that, Super Saucy. Oh, I think it's quite a bit higher than that. Oh, spicy take, spicy take. All right, Justin saying the time for assuming positive intent with this team is over. It's getting close. I'd concede it's getting close, Justin. Hopefully I make that part clear. It's getting close for me. It has been 18 months, been a while. That's the thing, Justin. I think you would agree with this, Justin. With what this management team has done so far, I'm kind of surprised with your tone on some of this stuff, because have your free cash flow forecasts over the next 18 to 24 months changed materially following Q3 conference call? And I know you're a value investor too, so as you know, that's going to dictate quite a bit of the fair value. And I know we know the tremendous upside, blah blah blah, but I think I'm kind of surprised by that. Do you think that they're going to stumble here next year? Yep, Elon is good at that. Yep, good at that storytelling stuff. We talked about that a lot on the stream. All right. A lot of people think it's too late. Okay. That's true. I agree with you, Daniel. So Daniel says omni-channel and cost cutting are exactly what people want to hear. I agree with that. That's not that sexy upside stuff. Cost cutting, yes. Omni-channel, I do think that even without some crazy digital transformation type stuff, even if they just had, if people like shopping there, you know what I mean, and like a Chewy type approach, I do think that there could be a place for GameStop longer term. Maybe it's not as big of a company and blah blah blah, but for that mega upside, I agree, Daniel. Those are not the sexy initiatives people are looking for. Totally on board with that. Super Saucy wants plan wants it yesterday. Yep. Oh, I don't know. So Justin, I don't totally agree with this. So there's no longer any strategic advantage to a lack of transparency. I don't know about that, Justin. I don't know about that. So for you, that was Q3. You feel as though it was Q3. Okay. I was thinking a bit more time. Because Q3 we knew it wasn't going to be all particularly strong. I mean, it wasn't even you know what I mean? We knew that was the final quarter before they were returning to profitability. We knew that. So in my mind, I was kind of like, now that's behind them, and then here forward. So it sounds like for you, it was like that Q3 line, and for me, I'm a little bit further. But I hear your point. It's like, well, at some point, it's like, come on. If there's strategic advantage to this, give me a break. I hear you. I guess mine's just a little bit later, but getting close. They did not take advantage of. Okay, so far, yep. Well, I'd be careful, Super Saucy, attributing. I mean, too much. I mean, many of us think that the. You're asking me to trust a team that has only seen the share price 60% since starting. You know what I mean? I'd say if that were still true come April, then they'd have more. But you know what I mean? I still think of the heavy bear sentiment, which of course they are partly to blame for that. I'm on board with that part. But I think they still haven't turned a profit or anything like that. Part of this was built in, no matter who the management team was going to be. I'm hopefully, do most people agree with that? No matter who was at the helm these past 18 months, they were going to suck. Operationally, storytelling type stuff, that's a little bit separate. But I just mean profitability wise, and I just think until like until the market actually sees some earnings and free cash flow stuff. I don't want to overweight that type. I don't want to overweight price action too much. But indeed, I mean, if we got a couple more months and we didn't hear any new strategy type approaches, and the price were still around this level, like I said too, if 19 were the peak, I messed up. My analysis suggested quite a bit higher. So, and we haven't. Yeah, I don't know. Discussion. Oh, is that the name of the presentation? Oh, you're saying future of game. Oh, okay. Hypothetically, that's what it'd be. Deep presentation. Got it. Okay. I thought you said it was this one. I'm like, ooh, that wasn't that deep. Oh, how about a discussion on the conference call about the Microsoft stuff? Yeah, that was odd. They didn't even. I thought they were. I think I might have said this a couple weeks ago. I thought they'd at least mention it. A lot. I didn't think they would go into great detail. I think Justin agreed with that too. But it didn't even get mentioned. I found that was curious to me. And then I thought, oh, maybe they're not supposed to, but not even a line to it. That was odd. Really odd, right? Oh, Uber's here. Uber. Woo! I hope it went well, Uber. Uber says, seems like things went south for management in this limited. Oh, ain't that the truth? Hey, cheers, Trey. Welcome, Trey. Thanks, mate. Where's that there, sir? Jumped. I missed a whole bunch again. Where I don't believe they have volume prediction. Okay, and where Justin says about could have been more. Yeah, exactly, Justin. That's why only 100 million. I don't know. It could be they maybe. I felt if you're gonna do it more. It could be. Maybe they felt maybe the market would have sold it off more, but an at-the-market offering usually it's going to be a negative reaction by the marketplace, and maybe what would we say it was like 10% of the market cap. That's maybe anything more starts to get a bit much given that where they are. I was trying to figure that out too, Justin. I was like that should be more than 100 million. Maybe it's like just a starting point, like a nominal type amount. I don't know. Well, yeah. So Justin, to this point about the 100 million, think about how much they busted their ass to get an extra 100 million in cash for the sale leasebacks and the other. I mean, the corporate jet, but in particular the sale leasebacks. Right? They busted their ass to get another 100 million. It's not nothing. Maybe it's a starting point. But indeed, that stuck out to me as the 100 million. Then I just think maybe that's I don't know. They do something that hits the company stock 35%, then turn around and say, man, we don't need it. Well, just to be clear here, Super Saucy, like if the stock price did ran and there was an opportunity to use it, that would be good. But I at the same time, he specifically says that there is potential some downside protection here, right? Doesn't he say? Do I got it here? Even though he talks about the strength of the balance sheet and all this stuff, but he speaks up the experience of unprecedented demand, to continue to work with suppliers to meet that demand. You know what I mean? Like just as a backup type thing, like 100 million might be enough to satisfy those types of things, whether it's lenders or vendors. We talked about this on the last stream, kind of like just a final backup, in which case we hope that they wouldn't have to use it. You know what I mean? So I do still think there's some defensive components to it, right? But that's the thing. So then I'm like kind of in the middle where I don't think that they'll need it. I don't think that they'll need it for this, but it's kind of a nice to have type thing. And if the price did run and they were able to opportunistically do it, then that would be great. But maybe that's not the likely base. That's not the base case or anything right now. But Super Saucy, you too seem to be placing a high weighting to short-term price action. Who cares what the price? Who cares? You think about? I mean, management doesn't care, and quite frankly, I don't even care that much. It's annoying. All else equal, I don't like to see a 30% hit. But what's the big deal? I care about where it's headed over the long term, and that could be this optionality could be worth it for that, even if you know what I mean. Like just because maybe you disagree. I'm not kidding you. No. Like this is stock price action. You Super Saucy, you're quoting short-term stock price action. This isn't necessarily a permanent loss of capital. You know that, or a permanent decline in value. You know what I mean? It's a paper decline. Well, I didn't say, Justin. I didn't say take advantage of a squeeze. I squeeze. I mean, if it squeezes, great. If I don't know what I said, just a rising price, they could take advantage of it. Yeah. So I mean, I just respond to that, but. Oh no, I'm not. I don't think 100 million makes no sense. I mean, they have just under. What do they have for what? For debt outstanding, was it around in the $70 million range? So that covers that from a lending perspective, and then from a vendor perspective, I mean, I don't have any dollar amounts to tout out there, but 100 million seems like it could be in the ballpark or something like that. The vagueness is on purpose. Oh, I don't know what that's referring to. Super Saucy. Yeah, so what Jordan says, Jordan's saying like more than 100 million, the stock would have crashed. Maybe it would have even crashed even more. I don't know. Limited to 100. Look at the reaction at this 100 million. Yes, if they explain their vision, they could have got more. So that's what I mean. Maybe it's a starting point. So I'm kind of in Jordan's camp where it's like maybe just, like I said, it's roughly 10% of the market cap, much more. Then the stock craters, maybe even more. Maybe. I'm with you, Justin. They should have had it in their back pocket. Yes, 6 months ago. I'm with you on that front. Oh, I meant crash even more, Justin. So, yeah, why release this news with earnings? Yeah, it could be kind of a big bat type thing. Maybe a big bat type thing, Justin, where they thought, market's probably going to view this pessimistically. Toss that in there. Maybe. Oh, I don't agree. I don't think I disagree. Super Saucy saying 35% short-term stock drop is serious stuff. Unless it's a permanent loss of capital, I don't agree. You know what I mean, Super Saucy? Hypothetically, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if the stock price bounced back next week, you'd have to walk that back. If there were no news and just technically some buyer stepped in or something like that. Yeah, I think Jordan and I are kind of on the same page here. Yeah, I think they should have done it a while back, Justin. Even before August, right? And you say August, I bet you might even agree earlier. Yeah, have it for Q3. Yep. And it could be too. They didn't. I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much on that. Okay. All right, Gat. Okay, yes. I'll take it, Gats. I'll take the sympathy. If they came out and said we intend to use the money as needed to fund our transformation, but they did say that, Gats. They did say that. You saying that's not enough? But you wanted something more specific. Increased flexibility, such as increasing the speed at which we lever it, further ensuring. We need some information. Okay. I would say Gats. I would want more information if they're using it. You know what I mean? If they're actually issuing the shares, like, all right, well, you better damn well tell us more. You know what I mean? That it's just kind of tossed out there. Super Saucy, they're not raising anything. Super Saucy, you say you do something that drops the stock 35%. I want an explanation of why you are raising it. Why you are raising it? I don't follow. Yeah, Super Saucy. I don't. I guess we just disagree here. If they use it, Super Saucy. If they use it. That's my thinking. And it could be this take could be wrong. I hopefully, Super Saucy, you hear me say that it could be that what I'm saying will be proven wrong in maybe even 6 weeks' time. You know what I mean? Torpedoed the stock? I just don't agree with these takes. These are very, very pessimistic takes. I think they're way over pessimistic. Torpedoed the stock 35%. You could have said this after any. You could have said this after any earnings release. They torpedoed the stock because they said this, they did that. It's like as if they did the shelf for the purpose of sending the stock lower. When there's a case to be made that it's bullish. I know you don't agree. I know folks here don't. Maybe some folks don't agree with that, but there's a case to be made that it's bullish, that it's a good thing. I guess I don't. If you're, I mean, I feel like I've responded to many of these questions already. Yeah, I clearly I disagree with many folks on this on the stream with regard to that at the market offering. Thank you, Trey. We get some likes, maybe. Gain by avoiding telling us about it. Gats, how can you go into specifics about something that they may not use? All right, wow, okay. Wow, some really... Steve was really negative right on the conference call, huh? Wow, okay. Only Ryan Cohen, wow, okay. Oh, I responded to that. Okay. I'm scrolling through some stuff. I think some stuff I've already touched on. I'm just going through. If there's any chance I stand at getting caught up today. Probably not. Probably not. I responded to that. Yeah. I think I'm way behind. I feel like some of the stuff I responded to a while ago, I'm like, Oh, yeah. So, Gets, you say everyone did on these streams? No, because I didn't. I specifically said my base case was no guidance because management said that on Q2. Oh, okay. You say that. Sorry, Gets. Stuck through hiccups and still no plan. Just believe in us. Yeah, and Super Sassy, like I said, I feel though they've been executed. You don't think that? Cool. I mean, if we disagree with that, we disagree with that. If that's the basis for a lot of our thoughts on this, I don't know how much we should. I feel like we're going around in circles with some of this stuff. Harrison, cheers, Harrison. New name, new name. So they didn't want too much. So Harrison brings up a good point. So Harrison says, I think the conference call was bland because they knew the offering would be the headline, and they didn't want to say too much good to just have it overshadowed by the offering. What do people have to say to that? That's not a bad take. It's not ridiculous. That is not a ridiculous take. Cheers, Harrison. Cheers. That's what I meant. You get all the shit behind you and you move forward. I'm not even saying that that's definitely what happened. But that no one will. That it can't even be. I just disagree with the view that there's just no way that could be what's happening there. And some of the language that I'm seeing is indicating to me that that's how people feel, and I'm kind of surprised by that. Oh, so Ivan, as far as I don't have any recommendations for educational channel. Remove ticker GME, just generally speaking from a technical perspective. When a stock pulls back to this level, it kind of like pulls back to trend, kind of it's no longer overbought on the RSI, even dipping below the 50-day. So long as the fundamental thesis is still intact, in theory, it can be a good opportunity to add. Not a recommendation, Ivan, of course. You'd have to sit down with a financial professional who knows your situation, but it's on these pullbacks. Those are the times that it can be opportunistic to add to it, so long as the thesis hasn't broken down. I don't believe it has. Not so much on the stream. I think other people might think that it has, but so it can be, but certainly not a recommendation. Okay, so here we go. Eric, too. Eric says, I think it's better to fire bullets after Q4 if they show good results. Same thing. These aren't ridiculous takes. Good point. Cheers, Eric. Cheers, Harrison. These are good takes. And you can disagree with them and be like, nope. It should have happened by Q3. And this is my point. Maybe we wanted it to happen by Q3. That's fair. But there's a case to be made. You wait until you fire those bullets until later. It doesn't seem unreasonable to me, and that's what surprises to me that people don't strongly kind of disagree with that. Yep, I agree with Harsh. Cheers, Harsh. Welcome back. Talking about the increased competition from Sony and Microsoft's direct-to-consumer. Absolutely, yep. That they're even mentioning it and going into greater detail, talking about that risk is rising. Absolutely. Yep, Uber agrees. Single worst new piece as far as Uber is concerned. Yep. Omnichannel. Bullish pre-owned. Transition. Return shareholder value. James. I think I answered that, Eduardo. Not much more time. I'm not one more year or anything like that, right? I guess I'm thinking in my mind like a couple of more months. Like I said, I wanted more buy. I mean, I know I'm a broken record now. I can hear myself saying the same stuff over and again. But Eduardo, I was thinking at this point, maybe a bit more time. Now I'm even more curious to see about any potential resolution with Cohen, the ICR, the holiday results. Like I said, even if it would be surprising. It would be surprising if we still didn't have anything come the Q4 results. Ooh, super saucy. Ooh, not bad. Ooh. Oh, I like your confidence. Wow, 4-1 odds. All right, gentleman's bet, super saucy. Gentleman's bet. I'll just say that they do. Just to counter your 0%. Nothing on the line. Nothing on the line, Super Saucy. Because hopefully we'll all be so happy. It's okay. We'll all be so happy if they did. Well, potentially, right? If depends on the reaction. Alex, yes, I'd agree. Well worded. You know me, picky with those. Well worded, Alex. Alex says, okay, bad conference call, maybe a bit too far. Would you agree on lackluster strategic vision communicated for non-institutional shareholders? Yes. And my only additional thing that I would add is that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world if it were strategically being, you know what I mean? Like if they wanted to make sure that they had that at the market all done and they wanted the worst stuff behind them, you know what I mean? That they were kind of just with the phrase that Justin was using was a good phrase, kind of like strategic, the strategically kind of being coy about certain things. That's not to say that's definitely going to happen, but if it did, I could see this a bit more. But I agree with your sentence. Like I said, I was disappointed by the lack of information on that call, but in Q2 as well. I'm sure I said it at the time, but like especially Q3 because I'm like, that's it. Like it was just like missing so much stuff from like that it almost seemed like what's going on here, and then the at the market at the same time. I'm like, what? And then no Cohen stuff, and then not even y'all mentioned the Microsoft stuff wasn't mentioned, which was odd to not even have a line or two dedicated to it. But like I said, this theory that I'm talking about will be proven wrong in the near term future. Oh, Steve says, I remember the chat saying Sherman had to have the most bullish call of his career in order to keep his job. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, Uber. Thank you. ICR 13th, holiday sales day prior. Okay. Man, this is definitely the most contrarian I've been on a contrarian stream. For better or worse, right? For better or worse. Y'all know I get things wrong. You've seen me get many wrong during the streams, but tonight I'm feeling the heat. Good thing I got these sweatbands on tonight. Let me tell you what. Oh, you gotta. Oh, shit. Digital first omnichannel. I agree. So yeah, I agree. The shelf make things more interesting. I agree. If we just stop there, Gats, right? Gats just said, yeah, the shelf is making stuff more interesting, right? It's a little bit of different analysis right now. Especially because people view it as negatively, and I'm like, ooh. I'm like, whoa, what's happening here? Boy, this story. Oh shit. Who was it? Was it Danny saying he's got some more gray hairs this time? That was funny. Ain't that the truth? So Harsh saying I'm giving management too much credit that they don't deserve big % increase in video game sales and they're going negative with sales. What I would say, Harsh, is something I think I already said on the stream, is that do you think, Harsh, that if there were another management team in place over these past 18 months that it would have been materially different? Because if so, I disagree with that. This was always going to be very tough comps for any management team that took over. Had like 12 months to work with it, and then COVID hit with store closures and everything. You know what I mean? Like this was a tough hand to play for any management team. So some of this stuff, you know what I mean, Harsh? Some of this stuff would be attributed to the business model itself more so than the management team. Much more so, I would say. Rigo, I might need another one. Rigo. Oh, Justin, they definitely could have done more. I think that they could have done more stuff. They could have sold. I forget what you're talking about. They could have done. I don't think that they did everything perfectly. Certainly not. I know if they ever did, James, if they ever did announce big numbers, right? I think most people are just like, oh, those aren't coming. And I don't blame them for thinking that. Like, no, they're not going to get them. I at least can understand where they're coming from. But if it ever did, everyone's like, well, we kind of... Yeah, I mean, I agree with this. Like, you can see, like, I kind of like I like some of the softer wording on some of the stuff like GaTS is doing. Some people don't get the idea. I think management has done a decent job in getting us here, missed some huge opportunities, slow to adapt, but they got us here, but now is the time to deliver on the future. When an M&A last year was a huge volume. Yeah, European segment, right? Wave, welcome wave, welcome wave. Zero urgency? Some of these are strong, man. After every pressure, yeah, that was something that Hestia and Permit said. Oh. Okay, Justin's not trusting him. Okay. I'm kind of just scrolling through some stuff now. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. At least I didn't lose. At least I didn't miss everything here. Okay. I'm flowing. I'm flowing. Oh, shit. I missed what you said, Justin. The stock sold off because it makes no sense. Once again, no strategy doesn't appear to be. Welcome, Sam. Cheers, Sam. Cheers, Sam. Okay, going back. Hestia, talking Hestia. Good question, Gats. Yeah, what do we want them to use the money for? Long term, you have to agree the business needs to change dramatically. Yes, agree, Gats. Agree. I don't know exactly. I don't know precisely what that money should be used for. I like that it's that they phrase it like accelerate transformational strategies. I like it to even be general, but I don't even have anything specific, Gats. I imagine Ryan Cohen might. Maybe they do, but they didn't get into the specifics here. But I don't even have anything specific, Gat. It's not like I don't have any strong opinion, but if it were ever used, I certainly would hope that it's not for that defensive type stuff I was talking about, but for some potential upside, especially if it was an opportunistic raise. Even if it's ever used, right, Gats? If it's even ever used. Okay, yep. Okay, whew. Justin, we're on the same page with the stock drop. Whew. Okay, we'll take that. Justin. It's a COVID. Just take the stock. Show the money at the market. Well, to run with Steve's point here, Steve, you say you need the plan to go along with the offer. The shares haven't been issued yet. What I was saying before, Steve, is I would agree that you need a plan to go with the issuance of the shares. This isn't at the market. This isn't the actual issuance of the shares. Otherwise, what is the point? I mean, it's not quite the same. Okay, Sam's kind of on board with this. I'm not even so. I don't even. I mean, if it's squeeze, it has the types of characteristics that could cause a price run up rapidly, right? I mean, if we want to, if squeeze, whatever. But many people are characterizing this run up as a squeeze. We know short interest rose. You know what I mean? I'm not even so much concerned about the squeeze, but you can imagine there's some things that could happen in the next month, even the next month. Ryan Cohen resolution, holiday readout. ICR type shit where maybe they paint more of a story. I mentioned how last year they did a good job at the ICR painting a bit of a more of a story than they do on these conference calls. At least they get a bit more stuff that you could hang your hat on, I'd say. This is within 4 weeks. And so Sam said, I like to agree on the optionality. If they did think that the price was going to rise for whatever, then why not take advantage? And yeah, Barry advised Tesla to do the same. They're different, but yes. That's not to say that's definitely what's going to happen, but that's what I mean. What Sam's talking about and other people are at least talking about this, Gats, I didn't say the shelf doesn't matter until they use it. I didn't use that language. That is too strong. I would say that it doesn't matter. I'm saying is the level of disclosure as to what you might. I mean, they keep it. I think. It could be they don't know precisely what they're going to use it for. You got to keep it nice and broad. Maybe the price doesn't run up on some news that they're whatever it is that they might have, or maybe things do spiral out of control and all the stores are being closed again. You need to maintain flexibility. They didn't raise it, super saucy. All right, some of this stuff, some of these lines are just. So I agree, Steve Stonk. It's only bullish for with the highlights. I agree with you on that front. Yes, I'm on with you on that, Steve. As in, it's only bullish for some of this stuff. But I would say I place a higher probability to this part based because of the language that's used up in this first paragraph. Wait, is this it? Oh, sorry. This paragraph. Like, kind of really talks down the defensive aspect of it, but it's still there. It's... Sticks. Welcome, Sticks. I agree. Transformation takes time. Okay, I want to cut them some slack. Overall communication needs to improve. I think a lot of people feel that way. And I think everyone feels that way, right? In the only way, the only way that we might be like, all right, well, then we'll give some slack on that particular aspect is if there's something in the works that gets announced and the price runs, blah, blah, blah. That's the only way. Because if that don't happen, and I'm not even saying that should be anyone's base case. I'm not saying that. But if it doesn't happen, communication, I'm on board with this. Could have been improved. Cleese is back. Welcome, Cleese. Cheers. Makeshift 2. What up? What up, Makeshift? 2 in a row, I think, Makeshift. All right. Cheers, Gats. I appreciate a lot of your wordings. You have a nice night if you head out. I mean, your measured takes on this, I appreciate them. Oh. I'm not sure I follow James. People disagree with the notion regarding there should be some Q3 incentivization for shareholders because most folks. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. So James is saying people disagree with the notion regarding there should be. Oh, they disagree with the notion that there should be some Q3 incentivization for shareholders because most folks are either here just before or following the Microsoft top pop. Okay. I think I. As in they got in seeing the story, what was unfolding, and they're like, all right, I want some stuff sooner rather than later. Is that what you're saying, James? Because that's kind of the feeling I'm getting too, as someone who's been involved. Many of us have for a long ass time, and I know some people saying, yeah, well, I've been here the longest time, I want more. I get that part, but I just think the absence of certain things or the lack of sexiness described in the conference call didn't break stuff for me, but we'll know soon enough. Well, let's see. Hey, lots of questions. Welcome. Anything they can go do down the road that is more aggressive? I don't know. Maybe, yeah. Could they? I mean, in theory, they could be more aggressive than Ryan Cohen. I wonder. We'll need to know more about the plan, right? Oh. Oh yeah, some folks were talking about that. Yeah. Boosting. Dusty. Welcome, Dusty. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice weekend. You know what? Trey, I like it, Trey. Nice and simple. Trey says, how about this? Either they're doing all the right things or they suck and they're going to crash and burn. I might agree with this. It's almost hard to be kind of in the middle of that, Trey. Yes. That a reasonable set? It's either a home run or strike. Yes, it is at this point because I agree with so many of these takes. I wanted more. I was disappointed in the conference call that what if it is a home run? What if it is a home run? But no one is really taking that part seriously. I'm like, there's enough here for me to. That's why I'm surprised people can't entertain this. I mean, there's enough there for me to entertain it. But at the same time, I can entertain the negative side too. I can see both. I can still see both. It's gonna. This is why these are good questions. That say, well, when won't you be able to see both? Those are good questions. And I would say it's just a bit more time. Maybe, like I said, maybe Q4, but even sooner than that, I would think. Like I would hope that I have a bit more information before Q4, like March, April. That seems real late. At the same time, it's still prior to the announcement of their first profitable quarter. If you're a long-term investor in this, like we're talking months, this is nothing. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean it's a good way of putting it, Trey. It's a good way of putting it. Oh yeah, Polygon. I did see that the GME is the Blockbuster article. Yeah, Space Burrito. That's could they have Space Burrito says, does anyone think they're withholding news to announce that plan in the holiday sales around the ICR conference? Is that crazy? I don't think that's that crazy. Could be space. Could be space. Cheers. There's been a number of people who have kind of spoken to some of the stuff that I'm kind of talking about. I'm not saying it has to be anyone's base case or anything like that, but there's enough here to run with that line of thinking. I don't think for some people Q3 was their line. I'm not even saying that that's wrong or anything like that. It's just not for me. And I can run with some of this stuff. Oh, I'm close. Oh, I'm close. Oh. Okay, that's right. Cheers, Douglas. Welcome, Douglas. Happy Monday. I agree with this. I like where the management team has set themselves up in terms of the balance sheet and how they're focused on debt, but that doesn't mean anything if they don't start to show transformation. Indeed, they got to start to show transformation. I didn't think it was absolutely necessary that they announced significantly more information prior to Q3. I wanted it. I don't think it was a prerequisite for them to be on the right path, but indeed, it has to be at some point. I think I'm getting close. All right, so I'm talking some of the earnings price action. Okay. Okay. Al goes beep boop 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 beep beep beep. Sometimes they're on your side. That'll be a good day. That'll be a celebratory day. Let me tell you what. I mean, sometimes they have been already, right? Check this shit out. Right? Some days. No, at least not on earnings. That hasn't happened yet. Yeah, I was figuring it's like something like 9 times in a row. And then if you include like holiday readouts, it's sold off a ton on this stuff. That's GME. That's GME. You know that song? Actually, I heard that song today. That's life. Hey, what's up, William? Back up. No, it ain't a poison pill. It's not. Okay. Let's do everything right. Okay, getting close, I think. Oh. TeknoAXE. Yeah, Ivan, we've been talking. Oh, in fact, I have one up. Well, this isn't growth. Ivan talking about who believes the great growth to value rotation. They're not quite the same, but kind of close. This is the Russell 2000 moving against the S&P. Starting to see a bit of a trend shift there. It seems like it's happening, Ivan, but it's always these things take years to. I mean, it's off to a potentially good start. Oh, it's overbought. It's shaping up. It's shaping up. Oh. Through similar deals. Is there a Microsoft deal? Yeah. Oh, shit. Right. Cheers, Rob. Welcome, Rob. Welcome. No, you are not. I mean, that's kind of that's how I'm thinking about some of this stuff, Rob. Rob's saying, am I ignorant to just sit back and exercise patience for the next 3 to 4 weeks? What do you say, channel 10 to 13 range? You're thinking 10 to 13? Let me take a peek at that. Yeah, no, right in which it would be kind of in this, like that's definitely a distinct possibility. I too, well, I mean, now we're kind of in like let's see what happens on the news front if anything comes on there. But in the meantime, it's kind of just like a wait and see. Nothing broke yet. The technicals didn't break yet. Fundamentals didn't break yet, and could even be. I still think that there could be some bullishness scattered in that conference call, and we'll have to see. But no, I certainly don't think that, Rob. I mean, I hope that's an okay strategy. Oh, shit. A few more days and the stock price will reflect like Microsoft deal never even happened. Yeah, that's the thing. And then of potential, I said this before Q3. And remember how I said, what bearishness stuff did you get? Clearly, an at-the-market offering wasn't... I didn't think that was a thing that they would do. And now that's why I'm like, wait, what happened here? Anyway, the point stands again of what incremental news would be super, super bearish. I'm certainly not going to say there's none. But the odds are tilted in incremental news being bullish. Right? I mean, it could be a tilt that way. I'm not saying it definitely is, right? But you get the holiday readout. What if they beat there? Maybe they don't, and the stock sells off. That's happened last year. Then ICR type stuff where maybe they could talk stuff up. You didn't get. Maybe they could talk stuff up, but it could be that Cohen resolution, or something that kicks off a price run, and then it's just a completely. That's why. I don't know. Sometimes you need a little patience, like Rob says. Few more days and the stock price will reflect like Microsoft deal never happened. What if you get another deal, another digital partnership or anything like that? I just think, I don't know. I know, Ivan. Ivan will be 60 by the time that growth cycle ends. It was and that's Ivan, that's why I say, like, people have been talking about this for years, as you know, right? People have been talking about that shit for years. Oh, it's coming. Just like with Uber's 401k check. Oh, it's coming. Oh, the rotation into value and small cap. Oh, right, Ivan. But now it's like starting to seem like it could be. Very early stages, though. Very early stages. But that's IW. And what about the QQQ? I think QQ still kind of holding up, right? Still holding up right now, but seems like something could be happening there. All we can do is watch Ivan, and then some of this stuff's bounced back aggressively. And these tend to be multi-year trends, so even if like there can be pullbacks, and those can be opportunistic buying things. Okay. Yeah, so Super Saucy, that's what I figured. Super Saucy, they weren't allowed to talk about the deal. I thought that's where I figured they're unlikely to go into any specifics on the deal. Many other people thought that on the stream too, but I thought they might not be able. I'm surprised they couldn't even mention it. That's what I'd say. Oh, we get into the hot dog market? I don't know what that's about. Yeah, exactly, Super Saucy. I can't believe that the mention would be prohibited either, which makes that curious, right? That it didn't even get mentioned seems odd. Hey, Dimitri. Cheers, Dimitri. The first rule of the Microsoft deal is we don't talk about the Microsoft deal. That's good. Oh, shit. Exactly. Yeah, you'd think you want to at least mention it. Yep, brag about it. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you, Rob. I'm with you. People betting on those short-term run-up and no squeeze type stuff. I'm with you. Rob says expects more FOMOs to dip out over the next month as the short squeeze doesn't transpire. That's the thing, Rob. I had been thinking that they dip out quickly. They dip out within the first week, and so then the sellers are done. and then it could, who's left? I'm not saying that it definitely doesn't keep falling, but usually they get out quick. They're not going to stick around for a week or 2 weeks. Maybe some of them are lagging and they're like, well, we'll just see if it holds the trend or whatever, and then they sell. But the true FOMO folks, Rob, I kind of work under the assumption that they kind of get out right away. That's why you have the aggressive sell-off. But then it kind of stabilizes. There's not even that much volume. Check this shit. Sub 10? It's not that much, in my opinion. It's not particularly high, I should say. I think then it kind of just levels off, and then you kind of just get not. Remember all these streams we were doing? Ain't shit happening. Ain't shit happening these 2 weeks. Just kind of bumbling along. That's the thing. Would it be? It seems like it would be odd to announce. Well, unless it was a Cohen type thing. Cohen type thing could come anytime. But I was gonna say if you did have some announcements, like I think it would come a bit later. Oh. Oh, small caps are at record multiple? Okay. Oh. Yeah, well. Uber, peace out. We'll look forward to the podcast. No doubt, no doubt. Have a nice night. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate you sharing that, Polygon. Polygon's feeling that people are still tend to be on the bullish side toward it. Okay. What's the market cap now? Sub 9. Okay. We'll have to see. In Polygon, I wonder how much of that is because of Cohen, right? Attributed directly to Cohen. I bet a good chunk of it is. Wasn't it Steve saying? It's really, I forget who it was. I thought it might have been Steve saying it's Cohen who's keeping him interested in this, which is interesting to me. And I wonder if a lot of people like that, thinking like that too. I did it. Oh, I'm back up. Makes sense. Got back. Whew. What time is it? Oh, just in the nick of time. I mean, I missed a whole bunch of the chat. I know. What the hell? Well, what are we going to do? Oh, yeah. I saw Dimitri mentioned that. Oh, yeah. He had an article. Mesa. I'm not even sure if I tracked that one. Was there anything else here that I was going to bring up? No, just that optionality aspect. I think I had a couple. Oh, I saw Fox talking about this too. I had this up. Extrapolating November sales to next year's premature. Right. I remember thinking with the November comps maybe not being as strong as some people were thinking. How much the supply factored into that type stuff? Does it get backed up to December, January, Q1, Q2? Just get spread out even more. Okay, so that's right. Fox thought they were doing a good job too. I agree with that. Delevering. Hey, Dimitri, I get you. Dimitri here saying something right here. Delevering and forefront of the balance sheet provides opportunity for turnaround optionality. Having an activist in the mix add another layer of optionality. Proxy season around the corner should be interesting at times. And I like that. Well said, Fox. Oh, he's here. Perfect timing. Oh, look at this. You just say his name 3 times, staring into the camera. He appears. Foxed. And then he just appears. See this? It's like he's just waiting. Look at that timing, Fox. Fox, nice comment. Nice comment, Fox. Cheers. I agree with this. And now, if anyone if everyone, I click my heels. Yeah. All right, Fox, you can take Fox. You take over now. You take over the defensive management. It's everyone. I'll tell you, Fox. You got the Fox got it from here. I'm just gonna chill. You take it from here. Oh shit. Oh damn. Has everyone talked themselves into selling the stock yet, or is everyone still for storming Sherman's house? Oh, I didn't see the Maxar news today, Polygon. Yeah, great call on that. Oh shit. Is there a call? Is there a call? Didn't you post that somewhat recently? Didn't you, Dimitri? I think you did. Yeah, October. Hey, nice. October 12th. October 12th. October 12th. Crushed it. Suck. Double. Clean double. Nice work, Dimitri. I missed it. What else we have done? Wait, what's going on here? Stone house. That's good. She won't have a house. What was I saying? Yep, talking about the Ryan Cohen angle. How people at this time kind of view him bullishly. That's what I'm seeing a lot of out there. I'm curious, as many of us are, about institutional investors and their view. And you think that I'm with folks who think that this the lack of some sexy storytelling during the conference call, and in the sell off, just the price sell off, the institutions may be like, all right, we're more for you this go round, Cohen. We'll have to see. Hey, Fox, I got a question for you. Do you think it's likely that there would be a GameStop management / board of directors and Cohen resolution in the near-term future? Do you think both parties are incentivized to move quickly and to come to some sort of resolution, no matter what it looks like? It seems like that's in everyone's best interest. Would you agree with that? Is there any reason to have this drag on, or could it be because Cohen is still maybe gauging sentiment and toward him? Maybe he doesn't have enough yet, or wants them, is giving them a little more rope to potentially hang themselves. You know what I mean? I wonder. It's like the timing of stuff is what I'm kind of trying to think about now. I think that they're all incentivized, but at the same time, I don't think this stuff generally moves quickly. Okay, thanks, Fox. Most activist campaigns end with some kind of settlement for starters. Yeah, it was more like trying to figure out if this thing lasts months. And this letter isn't even a month old. What is it? 14th? It's not even a month old. It's November 16th that came out. And most activist campaigns end with some kind of settlement for starters, right? So they can keep moving forward. And I wonder what that looks like and when it would be. Months probably. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Fox. I was thinking months. These things don't. You hope it happens in weeks, right? Of course, you hope that. You hope it happened yesterday, but it seems like it would take months. But maybe not. I don't know. And then which case you're trying to gross. Possible ones on GME, they will close hundreds more stores plus extended warranty and some other result lower overall revenue in Q4 than could have been right due to store closures and stuff. Yep. Oh, and the warranties, those are net. Okay. Gross margin should be higher. SG&A much lower. Yep. Let's worry about management. Blow it. Okay. Sherman seem reluctant to close as much as they need. Oh, you think it will head into a proxy fight? I mean, it could. I don't think it has to necessarily. This manager team just went through a proxy fight. They went to a proxy fight this year. That's not. I mean, that's. How often has this been where a management team has gone into two proxy fights 2 years in a row with two different types of investors? Fox, have you seen that often? Have you seen that many times? Because I haven't. 100% headed for a proxy. Oh, see, yeah. Well, super saucy. Like I said, they will keep. Justin says pretty common. Fox says rarely. I thought so too, Fox. I was gonna say that's not that common. But little about GME is normal. Exactly. Everything kind of sticks out. Yeah, Justin, I'm surprised you think it's common. One proxy. I guess I was thinking like the level of proxy fights. Well, I don't. Okay. I don't know. I think that we don't know exactly what Ryan Cohen wants. I think there's a lot of overlap with his plan. Then another activist comes in. Yeah, Justin, I'm surprised you think it's extremely common. I mean, I'm with Fox here. I don't think it's particularly common. If you get examples, I'm always, if you get some examples, but to suggest it's extremely common, I just would have thought that I would have seen it more. Exactly, Fox. So I'm with Fox. Fox says, if you think management is distracted, wait till another proxy fight. Like like Super Saucy. This is my point, Super Saucy. Like, holy shit, Super Saucy. They do not want that. So at least on management's side, and this could be an edge for Cohen. He knows they don't want to have another proxy fight. So they might be willing to bend the knee. They might be willing to bend the knee to House Cohen. They'll bend the knee to House Cohen so that they could get something done. Maybe. So that might be why they're incentivized to do something. And he knows that. But, oh, boy, Super Saucy, I'd definitely take that bet because I'm not so sure that that's my base case right now that this goes to a proxy fight. Exactly. Yeah, Steve Stonk. I don't think that much. I don't think they want to spend more shit on that. No, I mean, it's possible if he's asking for too much, if he's overreaching, right, Steve? Then yeah, okay. Then maybe you're like, get out of here. This is ridiculous. But I think maybe he may have some support to be like, all right, maybe they'll cave. If it's not totally crazy and reasonable, he may get it. But I think I agree, Steve. I mean, the distraction, the cost, it absolutely could, and that's a risk. I think that's a risk for shareholders. I think it's optimal to have it wrapped up sooner rather than later. And Cohen knows this. This is why it seems likely Cohen's going to get what he wants, right? We just don't know exactly what he wants. It's not about the roadmap. I mean, he says this, right? This is him. I think we all agree. Trying to make his point to a bit, trying to get his name out there. And we know he wants more than a lone board seat. The way it's worded suggests maybe more board seats. Doesn't we talked about that? But you don't know. That's the thing. You don't think he'd go crazy. He's not like, I want the whole board. If he wants CEO, that's really aggressive. That's proxy fight. If that's definitely what he's going for, okay, then that Super Saucy, boom. That increases the odds, I think, of something like that. And as I said, and many of us think this is really aggressive towards Sherman, and it could be that's the case. Like I said, the odds of him going CEO path definitely much higher in my mind. I just don't know if it's the likely path just yet. I just know he wants to be more involved. Well, Super Saucy, you think he wants control. You have no proof that he definitely wants control. Many people think that. I understand that. I don't know if but do you think Ryan Cohen wants to be just chairman? I agree with that, Philly. I'll go with this one. First of all, cheers, Philly. Welcome. Happy Monday. Philly says he wants enough board members on his side to implement his vision. And we talked about this last week or the week before, right? Where let's say loan boards. Let's say he gets 3 seats. 4. Then he's real close. Then maybe if Wolf supports him too, and the Chewy guy, then he's got the majority. Boom, done. That's what I mean. I don't know that he needs to replace all of them. Philly worded it. Philly's phrasing is what I would agree with. He wants enough board members on his side to implement his vision. Precisely how many board seats that is, I don't know. But I'm not so sure it needs to be the majority and that has to go. You know what I mean? I don't know if Philly agrees with that. I hope. And if you had to guess, no pressure. Wants control for sure, and he wants it for cheap. Okay, yeah. Many people think he wants control. To Super Saucy's point, Fox is reiterating that too. He wants control for sure. Many people think that. I just think he wants what I agree with Philly's phrasing, and I don't know that what exactly that requires. but he just wants enough to be able to execute his vision. And it's important to remember, too, even if he just got a couple of board seats, right? I don't know. He's lone board seats, so even 2 doesn't seem... Let's just... However, he got a few board seats. Whatever. That doesn't mean that the people who... and then the Chewy guy or Kurt Wolf doesn't mean the other folks like Reggie won't be on board with his initiatives over time. It might be he's like, all right, that's enough. I could probably affect the change that I want to see with the team now. Okay, Super Saucy thinks chairman. If you want CEO or board, okay. I agree with Fox on the low probability buyout. I've always felt that was a low probability. That's right. And Super, okay, could have his guy run it. Yep. Okay, so Polygon, okay. Okay, Polygon says settlement with Cohen for 3 board seats. And then Cohen gets control with the support of 2 PetSmart guys seem viable. Yes, Polygon, that seems viable to me. That's just, we'll add it to the pile. Add it to the pile as one potential thing. I'm with you, Polygon. Add it to the pile of probabilities. The pile of probabilities. Well, I think one PetSmart. Is there one PetSmart guy? I just meant the additional folks there. He doesn't want one because he wants... You think he wants control. Right. He can't rattle the fence sitters after booting a few. Right. That's exactly Super Saucy. So that's a great question. Who volunteers to leave the board? She wouldn't give Hestia a single board seat. Right back. So she lost 2 instead. These just leaving their own... Right, someone would need to... I think someone would need to go, and I don't know who's Super Saucy. I don't have an answer to your question. Someone else would have to, though, if it were more than that, right? Someone else would have to. But I think it's possible, right? Even if I don't know exactly whom. And then that could be enough. That could be enough to affect the vision. I think it's... and maybe Fox has an opinion on this, too. Isn't it somewhat rare to try to take over an entire board for an activist like that? That's the end goal? And to take over a CEO, like just base case type stuff. I'm not saying it's not possible or anything like that, but I think usually it's more just going for a couple of, just enough to try to get there. I don't know. What do you say? Oh. That's probably Justin, at least part of the reason he's disappointed by that offer, right? If that's the case, you know? You think it's a dream, Justin? All right. Okay. Justin, you'd agree that they probably don't want to go into a proxy fight, right? Would you agree with that part? That's not their ideal path for the next 6 months, surely. And Cohen's a different beast than Hestia and Permit. I think many of us would agree with that. It's just Rankle on Twitter. It just makes a lot of sense. Raybrick has diamonds, so Raybrick probably thinks she'll win. All right. What is the only path? I'm not sure what that. What is? I don't know what that. What is the only path to not go on that route? I'm not sure. What is the only? Oh, or another board member, Justin, right? No, it could be another board member. Why does it have to be Raybeck? Yes. Oh, what Fox says. Fox says nobody wants a proxy fight. This stuff is expensive, but oftentimes when people can't agree, they fight. That's right. So no one wants that, and it's possible it happens. It's possible it happens. But management team, another proxy fight back to back sucks. And then for Cohen too, he's probably willing to do it, but he probably doesn't want to. That's right. So that's what I was thinking. So Fox says, actually, I take it back. Many activists launch fights for marketing purposes, especially smaller ones with no track record. So he's at least marketing himself. I think many of us agree he's marketing himself with this letter, right? He is. He's marketing himself. the investors out there, both current and prospective investors. He's going, yo, check this shit out. You on board, right? With whatever it is he wants. I don't know. Oh, right. Well, he's unconventional, but I do think that this is marketing. Well, I don't. Maybe you meant something else by marketing purposes. I meant he's marketing himself out there. Fox would probably agree with that. Not so much just. Oh, I know what you mean. You mean, let's say you're a small investment advisory shop and you're just trying to get your name out there. So you start writing these. You start writing these letters, trying to get to point to. I get what you're saying. Kind of like a. I mean, you could argue that Hestia and Permit's approach could have been a bit of a. I mean, they went all in on that, so it's not quite the same. But there's probably I could envision some out there who kind of just marketing for the activists, marketing their firm, or whatever there is. But Cohen's marketing himself to for himself to get on to take action with GameStop. Chairman. Is that what you're asking me, Justin? Kind of weird. With the majority slate, marketing for the activists. Management, okay. Hey, Drasky. What up? What up, Drasky? Welcome. Oh, price action today, okay. No big deal. No big deal, Drasky. But let's see what it does the rest of the week. Kind of in line with the trend. That's what we're seeing. Bearish. But it's okay. I think it's okay for now. But clearly, short-term sentiment is kind of like, kind of waiting for the next thing, you know? Yeah, I wonder what the recent breakdown is, too, on the investor composition, you know? Talk about voting. Yeah. Can they actually come to terms on something? I don't know. That's ideal. It's ideal, so does that make it unlikely? Oh, as proposed. I hope in the near term, at the very least. What's it? Oh, we're halfway through December. If we hear from Cohen, right? I mean, you'd have to think that we might hear. You know what I'd prefer, that we don't hear, and he just touches base with the management team, and they just figure something out. But if that doesn't happen, then we probably should expect something sooner rather than later, a response. I think ahead of the readout. Or at this point, do you wait for the readout? I don't know. Oh, what do you think the timeline is, Justin? Oh, yeah, I know. The ISS supported Hestia. I was good. I'm kind of surprised by that. Oh, I don't know if they identified their response to Cohen. You think so? In the conference call? Well, I don't know if I agree with that. By way or lack thereof, or lack thereof. Exactly. Just hilarious to think Sherman can deliver like Ryan Cohen. Yeah, exactly. Or lack thereof. That's why I say that. This is the thing. So just if I may respond to this, because this is why I posed this question before the conference call. I think I stated this too. I did not think that they would respond in earnest on the conference call. I thought other people agreed with that. there was no response on the conference call. That's not to say that this is we have no response, get out of here. I don't think that that's enough to. I don't think that this conference call is enough to make that claim. I didn't think that they were going to respond in earnest. That's why I was asking, how do they respond in earnest? Because it's not going to happen on the conference call. They got other shit they're going to deal with on that conference call. And this ain't it either. This ain't a response to that shit. I certainly hope that they don't think that that's a response. That would be bearish. If they thought, oh, here you go. But I don't think that they think that. It's 11 slides. I don't. I hope not. But like I think that either there's going to be something else, or they're just talking. They're having a conversation, right? You have to think that. I mean, if I'm GameStop, I touch base with Cohen, right? You connect with them. Maybe like I said weeks ago. What do you think they're gonna get up and be like? Oh, here you go, Ryan Cohen. Oh, here's the presentation one. They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna. They don't. Not that anyone here was saying that they should do that, but it was never. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna respond in some other way, whether it's maybe put something more formal together. But I don't even think that. I thought it would be like ding 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 ding. Hey, what the hell are you doing? What do you want? That's too much. Do this, maybe that. Come to a resolution like that way. And again, if it persists, then Ryan Cohen responds again to be like, hey, we followed up. I touched base with them. We can't come to terms. Bullshit. Like then we'll get another letter. But I think the plan, if I'm management, I'm like, I don't want to keep. You don't want to waste time trying to respond to this stuff. You just try to nip it in the bud. And so I don't. I mean, I kind of don't agree that sure they did respond to them by way of the conference call. I don't agree with that. You know? All right. Oh, shit, I'm way behind. Okay. All right, so the ICR. Okay, Justin's saying, Ryan Cohen, we're going to announce the strategy on the 13th. Right, so the ICR could be a platform for releasing more information on that front. Absolutely, and that could be the talks right there. I assume you talk about ICR, right? Yeah. Another delay tactic. Yeah, they were going to put something together in 3 weeks, Justin. You say a delay tactic, but they're not going to respond in 3 weeks to something like this. They'll let him satisfy his demands. Oh yeah, super saucy. It ain't that. It ain't that compelling. I hope this wasn't the deck. There's no way. Where's Fox? Where's Fox to pick this deck up? Throwing it in for the record. Yeah. I know, right? Yeah, super saucy. That was funny. Oh yeah. By the way, we got a deck. That's come on. They're very proud of those 11 slides. I made this. They're very proud of those. Want to make sure you guys see the projects I got planned, yeah. Oh, okay, Drasky. Okay. More confident in management. All right, cool. Yeah, and so Drasky's at least more confident. He was hella disappointed after Q3, and I'm not saying that they're definitely going to succeed or anything like that. Drasky, just there's a path that I can envision where they do continue it, but I think that the negativity toward the management team following that conference call it seems a bit extreme in my mind. But there's many people who disagree with me. That's just my take. It's almost like it just seemed a bit much, but. In other words, I'm adopting more of a wait-and-see type approach. Certainly the price action sucks. Not ideal. I would have like boom. That would have been nice. Oh, I'm so off on this? Oh, no. What else is new this stream? What else? Should have went with the hard stuff tonight. I know. Polygon says, if this is what they present in January, they got problems. They're definitely responding. They announced the date of their response. Just, I mean, they were going to announce the date of that. They were going to announce the date of ICR. Whether Cohen. I mean, maybe they talked it up more because of Cohen. That's fair, I guess. But that's not the response. It's, I guess, okay. You believe in people and are an optimist. But this is why you were wrong. All right. I mean, I appreciate the open characterization. I appreciate that, Super Saucy. I don't take offense to that or anything like that. And it could be. That absolutely could be. I concede that that could be. But in my defense, Super Saucy, as I know you know, I'm not saying it's definitely this or that. I'm just saying it seems to me not a high enough probability is being assigned to that, right? At least it would give me comfort if you at least knew that, where I'm not saying this is definitely this, definitely that, where I'm kind of just dragging my feet a little bit, but I can understand how it comes off as optimism because it's sometimes, and I've been in this situation, Super Saucy, where it pays to be cynical about management comments. I've been in this. This is why I'm perpetually focused on downside protection, because I have been blindsided by bullshit before. I'm like, wait a second, you said this, you said that. What the F? And then it's happened to me before, so it's not lost on me. But, okay. They can't come up with something. No, not come up with something. No. They want, he's like vague about what he wants adopt the right roadmap to value creation, calling out specific things, many of the things they're not working on. I don't agree. No, if that's everything they got, I agree. That ain't good. Yeah, I agree with Jeff. You can kind of go back at Hestia, but that's going to be tougher with Cohen. I agree with that, Jeff. That Cohen's a different beast with these types of fights, if any. Okay, and so Philly, and this is what Justin's been saying too. Philly says, after watching this management team for a year and a half, I think the consistent problem Bulls have quarter after quarter is giving management way too much benefit of the doubt. And so I can agree with this. I get on board with that phrase. Like I said, for Justin, and Justin was saying the same thing. Like he could kind of understand it in earlier quarters, but now Q3, that was kind of like it for him. I can understand that. For me, it's a bit more time, I think. But even still, I can understand that because I agree with this, Philly. It's almost like, come on, now the consoles are out. How do we not have more information? That is a fair criticism. I feel like I've said that many times, and hopefully everyone knows I feel that way. But I like Trey was talking about that home run type path, where if there ever was anything, I could at least strategically understand, kind of handling in the way that they have. I'm not saying that should be your base case or anything like that. It just seems like no one's kind of really willing to price that in, where I'm like, I can at least price it in. But that's why they're saying the Philly are asking me is like, well, how much longer? How much longer? And that's a great question because we are getting close. And I could, yeah. Especially after the last few quarters, especially after this quarter, like that, like I said, like there are echoes of Q2 this quarter, but like this was the quarter. Like I said, it's one thing to just be disappointed because you didn't get, like Q2, I was disappointed. Like I'm like, oh, that's it? Come on, we got consoles a couple of ways. Like we should have more than this. But like this is Q3. Like I was like kind of stunned. I didn't watch the stream, but I'm pretty sure I'm like, there's like so little. I'm like, what? There's like so much in. This is why I can understand people are quick to be like, this is ridiculous, this is bullshit. Where I'm like, it was almost so over the top, missing some of that upside talk. Where I'm like, is it because they got some master plan there that I don't know about? Like, and this is what Super Sashi talked about, the optimist type stuff. Where even if I'm not saying, it was like kind of like this quarter in particular really sticks out to me. Like, what the hell is going on here? And it was paired with the at the market offering, where I'm like, what? Advance initiatives. What? So this is what I mean. I sympathize with the viewpoint but now like it's so absurd where I'm like, well, wait a damn second here. Wait a second here. Let's back it up a little bit. Anyway. This is what I mean. We will know very soon in the near term future. Like what I say, like I could envision like by the end of January. Like I'm like April even sounds kind of late for me. But again, Ryan Cohen talks happening right now. Holiday readouts, ICR type stuff, and then if they did have anything else, like we figured that they had that. Remember, Barry was talking about those high margin revenue streams in June. It was a part of the reason he voted in favor of the existing board members that like in support of management at the time. It's like they knew some of this stuff, right? Like this was in the works. This is in the works. Like, is it so crazy to think that they might have some other stuff and they're kind of just? I mean, I don't know how that stuff works as to when it gets announced or anything like that. But that it's December 2020 and to think that there's nothing else, it kind of seems surprising to me because I do have high confidence that these assets are valuable and they do have a unique position that can be monetized. It seems crazy to me that it would only be that Microsoft type stuff. And you've heard me talk about the advertising platform. We haven't heard shit about that, anything meaningful on that front. Maybe that's not to say that we'll get something. Maybe we don't. But I know Sony and Nintendo type things, and then and any of that stuff. It's like it's crazy to me that we didn't have more. So then it's like so crazy. Or it could be genius. One of those things. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like they saw the market reaction to Microsoft. They're like, whoa, wait a second. Did you see what happened in that Microsoft news? How nice it would be if we had an at-the-market offering to go with that. You know what I mean? Like reassess in real time. So to Justin's point, he was saying, well, why didn't they have this back then? It could be price action over the subsequent 3 months following August, following that. They were like, holy shit, maybe we should be more opportunistic and we could take advantage of this type of a setup. I didn't realize the impact that this would have. I don't know. Yeah. Justin quoting it. Oh, here, let me pull it up, Justin. This is their final lines. We will provide you with the holiday sales results in early January. The more details regarding our strategy and our work at the ICR conference happening virtually in January. And again, yeah. Yeah, thanks for quoting that too. That's good to bring up. Oh, of course, Fox, right? You should always be skeptical. Always. Exactly. Justin Drasky, that's right. You've heard Justin and I talk about ad nauseum. The stock is undervalued. That's what I mean. Like, it does it. And yes, sir, say the Cohen stuff, fine. But the stock was undervalued. We've talked about this many times. Like, that is the backdrop. That is the perpetual tailwind for now. That undervaluation. And yep. It's possible the upside could be if with more effective execution could be better. But this man just oh, I'm not sure I agree with that. Okay, so Justin's saying ICR's management's last chance, or anything else they can come to in the interim, right? Anything else that they can come to, whether it's an announcement or even if they came to a resolution with Cohen, you got to give them a little bit of credit for that. But other than that, as far as strategy type wise, if that's it, I agree. It's like certainly we better hear more on that, right? And that's the thing. Like for me, it's strategy, right? But I want to see some more execution on some of these initiatives. I've been trying. Like I said this earlier in the stream, but yeah, like everyone's talking about plan now. What's the plan? Plan this, plan that. I don't really give so much shit about you communicating to me a plan. I don't care that much. Execute on some of this. I'm not saying it's not important, and I can understand other people wanting it, Cohen, etc., and people on the stream. No problem. I'm not saying that that's wrong or anything like that. Me personally, just take care of some of this stuff so that I can start taking it seriously, that you can transform your business. And you will be here in 10 years. You can grow with the gaming industry. I don't know exactly what you need to do. I don't know precisely what needs to happen. But convince me, and I'm not convinced. And yes, maybe a plan would happen. But just as some people are kind of calling out management saying that they could be bullshitting, just remember you can bullshit a roadmap too. You can bullshit. I mean, you can kind of just say, oh, we're gonna do this, gonna do that. What really matters at the end of the day is executing on some of these things, and that's the big thing for me. And so when we're not hearing anything that's causing me to like I said, Ryan Cohen's involvement, boom, I increase my probability because of the tremendous upside that there is something there over the long term. But for management, I need more, and I'm not getting it. So If that strategy, if that plan that they could disclose or whatever they talk about at ICR includes some of those specific things, that's great. Are you working with Sony? Are you working on a Nintendo? Are you monetizing that the advertising platform in a material way? They've talked about tabletop gaming and stuff, and I know some of the COVID stuff is impacting some of those things. But I think, come on, give me a bit more to run with here. Like you see me bring up Wissinks of Jeffrey's stuff there, talking about how she can map new value drivers to get there. Yeah, I could too, but I need more intel if you want me to assign a high probability to that. So anyway, I'm kind of going off on that. I thought we've been seeing more talk of the plan, and I think that like Cohen's having an impact on that. I'm like, yo, can you just do some shit here that gets people to be more bullish about your long-term outlook, myself included? Like, I'm not so sure just a general plan talking about stuff is going to be enough. The market might want tangible things like a Microsoft type partnership. We have a multi-year deal with Sony. We have a multi-year deal with Nintendo. We've teamed up with, I don't know, we've teamed up with all these different gaming publishers to blah, 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 blah. Like that type of stuff where people are like, oh shit, why would these people team up with the GameStop type? You know, to get people talking, get people chatting. Market might care more about that stuff than they care about a roadmap per se, you know? Maybe. Am I crazy for thinking that? Maybe. I've just seen so many roadmaps in the past that are just bullshit, you know? Yeah, Zdrowski's saying GameStop's going to be getting money shoved at them for 2021, whether they want it or not. Yeah, maybe. Oh, shit. There's always an M&A. Yeah. That's the worst dream about this. Oh, that could be really bullish, huh? Super Sassy, a merger with Valve via SPAC. Yeah, Investor Day could be good. I can get on board with that, Justin. Investor Day, hell yeah. I can get on board with that. Yeah, Fox says the same thing. Hell yeah. All right, good idea, Justin. Right, well, they could be both, but right, to Justin's point, it's like, hey, well, clearly they've discounted up till this point, they've discounted the importance of kind of communicating some of their stuff to shareholders, so they're kind of like, yeah, whatever. Maybe the Cohen factor will change that a bit. Or with the Justin factor, hell, at this point, Justin, right? Exactly, Philly. I don't give them the benefit of the doubt for news at ICR. Like, I don't think that they're going to, I'm not so sure that they're going to announce something. Maybe they could. I remember thinking something along those lines last ICR. There wasn't anything. There, again, a bit more color to some of their approaches, but nothing big. And I'm not giving the benefit of the doubt. That's why I say ICR or something else that they might announce around that time, because I don't know. It's a repetitive mistake, yep. Yep. So, okay, Fox, this is good. Delaying is a standard activist defense strategy. Boom. Delaying till January. Artificial deadlines is the activist counter to it. Exactly. That's where I'm like, all right, let's see if we hear. Hopefully they talk, and then if it's true, Justin, and the plan is, hey, we're gonna give you everything you want at ICR, then maybe he's like, well, that's not good enough, and then maybe he responds. Or I guess it's possible. He's like, all right, we'll wait, but I doubt that. But yeah, okay, artificial deadline. We can keep an eye out for that, Fox. Good idea. It's about sending a message. It's about sending a message. All right. So Jeff says, why let Cohen? Why would Cohen let management take another shot at ICR? Well, I bet Cohen is discounting the importance of ICR. I bet Cohen's like, yeah, well, I bet he's like, whatever. I bet he doesn't care. It's more maybe taking another shot at taking a shot, like as people were saying. I'd say taking a shot with the cash flows that will come, that are coming in right now. They're actively coming in. Misusing them, as people were saying, which is very reasonable. Yeah, so Steve says, yeah, if they fumble ICR and provide a weak strategy, then one. Yep. Then you got to figure your response. Oh, another gentleman's bet. I'm listening. Oh, no bet on that because I agree, Super Saucy. I'm not. I'm not. I don't think that the ICR. My base case is that there's not going to be anything crazy in the ICR. Oh, peace out, Rob. Peace out. Peace out. You have a nice night. Oh, Matt P's out too. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Have a nice night, Matt. So everyone thinks right. Move. Yeah, I don't know. No, I think we could. It's conceivable we hear from Ryan Cohen before then. But that's the thing. Oh, what do you think? What do you think you get at ICR, Justin? Oh, sure, Justin. But do you think them going all out is go? Do you think that they're all out will satisfy Ryan Cohen? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, I agree that they're gonna amp up the strategy disclosure. Like I said, that's what like I was just saying. Like I'm not so sure if I was given a map or roadmap or something, I'd be like, oh, sick, sick, sick. I wouldn't. I doubt it. Maybe. I care more about like some material revenue streams that you're announcing. But that so they make. I kind of agree that they'll especially in light of the Cohen letter, they're going to disclose a bit more about their strategy there. I just don't think that it may be enough to like satisfy a Cohen. I'm not so sure. It could be, but certainly he wants more than just the plan anyway. He wants more than a lone board seat. But I don't think there's going to be announced anything that's like, oh shit. Oh, maybe there is, maybe, but I lean toward no. I mean, this begs the question: has any company kind of announced something major at a conference like that? Like just maybe like an investor day type thing, but at a conference like that, do you ever? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, definitely no guidance. Yeah, yeah, he's not asking for guidance. Yeah, not certainly not earnings guidance. No way, no way. He doesn't care. Right. What are you going to do with the money? How will you transform? Very reasonable questions. Very reasonable questions. One would think that ICR is too late for a response, right? 2 months. You might think that Cohen responds prior to then. Be like, what the hell? You'd also have to think they're talking. You have to think that they're talking with each other even before then. Telemarketers, everyone. Yeah, maybe. I know. Yeah, like, got it in the 10 queue there. Why didn't he have these discussions behind closed door? What is the direct result? Media reaction. bids. Okay. So, yeah, okay. Justin saying, why not tell the market the Europe operations are for sale? Fox saying, because if there are no viable bids, the asset will be significantly devalued for a long time. Okay. I wish, I don't have it up right now. Where the hell is it? Corporate. Got it. Got it. Circ. Reminder, y'all can get this. Here's the ICR. You can get the ICR print. Oh, I should have showed you that. If you go to oh shit. Go to the GameStop website and you go to Investor Relations and you go to Events and Presentations right there. You just scroll down, you can see the 2020 ICR conference right there. You can pull it up, click here for transcript. It's a good read. It's a good read. I pulled it up on the stream weeks or months ago at this point. But they tell a bit more about the story. They talk up certain value adds that GameStop brings to the table. Talk about the market's appetite for the European operations. I like to think management got Ryan Cohen's letter, and then they just like got a blank like white piece of paper, and all they wrote on it was like digital first, global omnichannel. And then they wrote that a whole bunch of times, and they just mailed it to Cohen, just to mess with them. Just sell a discount. Steve Stump might have some crazy stories about that time period. Oh, shit. It would certainly be good if they announced some. It would certainly be helpful if they announced some positive holiday sales, right? That's the thing, is Dimitri was talking about too, some store closures and everything. They're not going to announce. I mean, they'll. In fact, let me bring this shit up right now. They don't announce too much on those sales readouts, those holiday readouts. But this is the thing. I feel like the market's like, they're going to disappoint. And maybe they do. So far, the market's been. So far, it sells off and everything. So it's really not that crazy for me to think that that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying. There we go. Let me bring this shit up. Now I'm kind of curious. What the hell do they do? I remember the stock tanked on this. Okay, global sales continuing up, so we're 1.83 billion for the 9-week holiday period ended January 5th. January 5th, okay. Oh, compared to the 2018, right? The 20 ended January 4th. I was gonna say, what the hell? Indicative overall, blah blah blah. Expected to challenge sales accelerated. So yeah, it's kind of just revenue trends, comps, and then some specifics on some of these things. All right, they did provide some guidance. It would be nice. So. Oh, Fox is out. Peace out, Fox. Appreciate you hopping on tonight. You have a nice night. Fox. Cheers. Yeah, always value Fox insights, huh? Especially if he's agreeing with me on anything. Fox, come back. Some point in the future, huh? Oh shit. What was I just gonna say? So, I mean, I don't want to get into like the technicalities here, but on the Q2 conference call, what Bill said was they wouldn't be providing guidance for the rest of the year. Does that mean calendar year or does that mean fiscal year? Because if it's calendar year, it opens up the door for guidance at the holiday readout, which they did provide last year during 2019. So my base case is no, but that could be like, it would be good if they did. First of all, they're not going to provide guidance if it's shit guidance, right? We don't want to offer that. But if it were good, they'd be like, all right, well now we did. And they go, well, wait a second, you said you weren't going to do it. Yeah, well it changed. It's the new year, so you know what I mean. Like that's overthinking it. Don't overthink it. I looked it back up, so I was like, oh yeah, what did they say again? And I read it. I'm like, oh, calendar year maybe, but don't overthink that stuff. The environment that they're in is not going to change much from the latest conference call to this time period, so it seems unlikely that they'll provide any guidance. But even still, that's one opportunity where if they did, they could have. But other than that, there's not much else to go off of. There's comps. So then you're pinning your hopes on comps. You know what I mean? That's not going to get people unless it's a crazy beat of some sort, which seems like that would be tough to model. But otherwise, that's not some crazy long-term sexy initiative that people want. You know, they want something tangible. They want I don't think so. Oh, Super Saucy thinks they will do guidance. Okay. Oh, wait, did I miss some stuff? Hold on, sorry. Okay, Jeff said, I'm unsatisfied with the ICR date answer. If you're on a fast break, do you let your defender catch up, dunk it? I think I agree, Jeff. I'm not so sure. Yeah, I'm not so sure. If you're Cohen, you're like, oh, yeah, that's okay. I'll just wait till January. I don't think so. Oh, you're saying if you're management on a fast break, do you let the defender catch? Just dunk it if you can. Yeah. Kind of puts the ball back in Cohen's court to be like, that's you're moving too slow. Oh, you think they will 100% try and paint a 4Q as rosy? Hey, I'm all for that if they can. If they have an opportunity to paint it rosy, I'd like them to. If they can, it's like they just much more important than that is all these other initiatives, right? But I just mean they got like they got an emoji going for them, which is nice. But anything at all for people to hang their hats on. Like I sympathize with people who are like, give us something. Okay, just okay. What am I reading, Justin? Read that paragraph. Ah, shit, what paragraph? Oh, here? This paragraph? In advance of new consoles? Oh, you meant the first one, Jeff. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm definitely with you on the first one. Cohen, yeah, if you're Cohen, I made a request. I expect you to take me seriously. You better respond. And you have even though I didn't think they were going to respond, Jeff, at the conference call, but if you're Cohen, you still make this point. You had a conference call to respond to me. Still no plan. What the hell's going on here? You want me to wait another month here? These free cash flows are here. We're in mid Q4 now. We need to be making these moves. I said in 2020, so I'm with you. I think, like I said, it doesn't have to be a public letter necessarily, but I think they should be chatting. That's why I say best case scenario is somehow they came to a resolution before year end. But that's what I mean. Like I don't think it's. I know people want a roadmap and all that, and I get that part, but I think Cohen just wants what Cohen wants. I don't think Cohen, which for some people is control, whatever. I don't think Cohen really gives a shit about this. That's too strong. I just don't think, like, this is kind of all for show. These are things you say and just like da. But whatever it is he wants, I feel like it's at least possible they could meet him with it before getting into all this ICR type stuff, right? Do you think that? I think this is kind of all. This is just like. I don't know. I think Cohen, whatever it is Cohen wants, I think like he could get absence absent more information coming from the management team. But regardless, if he doesn't get it, Jeff, I'm thinking like, you keep pressing, you full court press on this type of stuff. Like he mentions that 2020, no time to wait on that. He has plenty of reason to send another letter and make his point. One below it. What'd I do? Optimize profitability and increase new revenue streams in advance of new. I'm with you, Justin. Increase new revenue streams in advance. Not Justin. Good pickup. Nice pickup, Justin. This is my. Justin's called out this paragraph right here. While we expect the challenges that we face in the fourth quarter to continue in fiscal 2020, we believe we have the right long-term action plans in place to optimize profitability and increase new revenue streams in advance of new console introductions for holiday 2020. We look forward to delivering progress against our strategy as we move throughout the year. Now, Justin, here's my quick response to this. This is great to share, right? However, what do you think is more likely? I understand the people being upset. Whoa, you said we were going to have this by the end of this year and we don't have it. Okay, but what seems more likely, Justin? That they have stuff. Doesn't it seem more likely that they have stuff? Oh, yeah, I know. Everyone's focused on the plan. I feel like they're overweighting. I think you might be overweighting the importance of the plan. Like this is part. Like I've said this a couple of times on this stream, Super Saucy. I get where you're coming from. They never had the plan. We asked for a plan months ago. What's more important is to have the new revenue streams. You know what I mean? Do you think that they don't have any? It could be. I'm not saying they definitely do. But like the language that they've been using, the Bari stuff, supporting them, Cohen being involved all this time, never really speaking up. It sounds like they had been in touch. Doesn't it seem likely? And we all have strong opinions about the value, the quality of these assets too. How do you execute strategy with no plan? You can't just get revenue streams. Oh, sure you can, Super Saucy. Sure. What do you mean random? Super Saucy, do you think Sony gives a shit about GameStop's plan? Sony does not care about GameStop's roadmap or anything like that. Do you have something that it could be potentially valuable to us as a business? Let's ink a deal. They don't care about PowerPoints or anything like that, Super Saucy. They care about their bottom line. This is what I mean. Like, this stuff could happen. Or if there are vendors that want to market and leverage GameStop's database by way of their website and their app and all this different stuff and monetize that, they don't care about GameStop's high-level overarching thing. They care about how can you add value to us. Oh, that sounds really compelling to us. Boom, let's ink a deal. That's it. That's why I think like all this plan type stuff is because of the Cohen letter, but it's almost like just, I want to see this. I want to see the new revenue streams. I want to be able to model that. I want to be able to model that legitimately. You know how I do that? Show me that you've inked a deal that has increased the terminal value of the business, a la the Microsoft partnership. You know, I care more about the Microsoft partnership than I do about some power. Not that y'all requesting a PowerPoint presentation, but like I don't know that I'm going to be convinced by any, here's our, like, nor do I think Ryan Cohen would be personally. I think many folks would even agree with that, right? I think Ryan Cohen wants what Ryan Cohen wants, and that this is a way of kind of getting that stuff out there. But I want this stuff. And I can understand bringing this point up and in advance of the new console introductions. But I think, doesn't it seem likely that they probably did that? Or do we, if they didn't, then this is this looks really bad. I agree with that part. If they don't have anything, this looks bad. You've been talking about this shit for a year and then pull up the ICR. I won't go through the ICR right now, but it's like, people have been talking about this shit for 12 months and we don't hear much. And this is my thing. It's a primacy of execution over the plan itself. I think people are overweighting the importance of the plan. I feel like I'm repeating myself now, but I hope that, does that make sense, or at least my position on some of this stuff? Lonely, I'm so lonely. They remade that song. Didn't Akon remake that song? Was it Akon? Remember Akon? Didn't he get, he like had a couple, I think it's Akon, he made like a couple of songs, right? But didn't he got like he got super successful, didn't he like sign Lady Gaga or something? Huh? Didn't he? I forget. Yes, just jump. I got locked up. Won't let me out. Cheers, please. All right, Cirque. Okay, how done? Just scrolling back up. Sorry, I missed some stuff here. Okay. I see this for all the mobbers. I'm resigned to my faith in Ryan Cohen. Okay. Do investor day. This is the point. They never had a plan. We have asked for a plan for months. How do you execute? No plan. Super Sassy's like, Super Sassy's like, anyone could just get revenue streams. Anyone could just get revenue streams. That's what I think Super Sassy when I'm reading the comment. Anyone know what that's from? Anyone could just get revenue streams. Omnichannel, yeah. So this could be, so just if they increase new this is interesting phrasing, Justin. So you say if they increase new revenue streams in advance of the new consoles, we haven't seen them in the financial, certainly not materially, right? Does increase new revenue streams, the streams themselves, is that is that a financial? Is that financial? Like, is that dollar value? Are they expecting to increase the revenues resulting from those streams, or increase the number of revenue streams? Right? Not to overthink this, but I wonder, Justin. If they optimize profitability, it hasn't shown up in the margins. I've been kind of thinking Q4, Justin, on that front. I would, I shudder to think what margins would be, Justin, absent some of their initiatives this year. It's partnership with GME, if they're just. That's right. Same day shipping, competitive pricing, table stakes to e-com. Absolutely. They appear confident in growing gross margins pre-pandemic. Catch up to e-commerce, important to hear. Important to her. Oh, Steve, I don't follow you. Important to her, as in it is not real. Locked. That won't let me. I think there's a reverse. Yeah, Cleese, I would say the Microsoft deal is a new revenue stream. Yeah. Well, that's not, Justin, as far as them being so far behind, that's not totally their fault. I think you'd agree with that. They hadn't even been here. Sherman hadn't even been here 12 months when the pandemic hit. I mean, I might agree. That's the thing. I agree some of this stuff. You know what I mean? It seems a bit overdone. But I agree about the table stakes. This stuff should have been done 5 years ago. That's what I mean. I don't think the past management teams are trying really hard. I don't think they cared. And obviously they've been working on this app the whole time, I like to think, and it just got rolled out officially the past couple of months. And in my view, it was in time for the new consoles and stuff. In advance of the new. And again, but Justin, part of the reason for their delay, right, is the pandemic, right? They just got hit hard by some of this stuff, right? Well, that's beside. Okay. Check it out. Microsoft to leverage data and bleed sales for Microsoft. To leverage data and bleed. Check it out with Microsoft to leverage data. No, it's besides the point, Justin. It's besides the point because you're talking about how they were so far behind the time. I'm saying that they were working on this the whole time. They need to optimize it. They got it rolled out. Never in the history of probably any app that's been rolled out does it hit the ground running perfectly right out the gates. Like, that's not a fair criticism. Oh, come on, Justin. You think they're gonna roll out the app and then you're critiquing them because it's not perfect as soon as it comes out? It seems like you're reaching here. All right, I got nothing more to say on that point. Struck a deal with Microsoft to leverage data and bleed sales from Microsoft Xbox ecosystem. Seems like a pretty good. Oh yeah, so I agree with you, Cleese. I agree with you on that one. Oh, I think Justin's point is that more of them. And I agree with it. I think Justin's point is increase and more. Well, I don't think you're being sarcastic, Cleese. But I like Justin said, there should be more of them before them, and I agree with that. The Microsoft's not enough, but and then I mean the pandemic hit. But even still, I still feel as though that there should have been more announced in 2020. Under price in Microsoft deal. It's true. It's hard to fully price in Polygon, but still, it's better than nothing, right, Polygon? You know what I mean? Like, we don't have anything to go off with this other stuff. It's like, it is while it is difficult to do, right off the bat, you know that the terminal value of that is greater than zero. In some of this other stuff, we can't say that for sure, which kind of sucks. And this is why, I mean, I sympathize with people because I'm in the same boat. I want to model some of that stuff. No, I'm not here to model app development. Of course, this should have been baked in. Of course, it should. I already said it should have been done 5 years ago. I don't see how. All right. Of course, you test it first. Yeah, so I agree with Drasky. What Drasky says, companies mess up app releases all the time. It's hard to get something. It just seems like a silly point for us to go back and forth on this app stuff. We all agree it should have been done 5 years ago. Sherman hadn't even been there a year. It gets hit with the pandemic. Kind of, obviously, it interferes with a lot of stuff that's going on. You like to think... I mean, Justin, we're seeing some of the... Cyberpunk taking a hit because of the impact that the pandemic had on their developers. Like, is it so... Of course this stuff had an impact on their developers as well. Maybe it would have been streamlined and done well before. This seems like an odd point to go back and forth on. Stuff was broken on the app, so it says. Yeah, Jasky says, I forgot the board coded it up themselves. Wow, you think so, Super Saucy? Holy shit, I hadn't heard that, Super Saucy. Whoa, are they going to get hit that hard because of it? Holy shit. I had only heard some of like I heard that they hit some things, but I didn't realize the impact that it would have on their... I don't know them all that well. I didn't know if they had other stuff, but I did know that was their big one. Shit. I'll have to Google that. Now you got me kind of curious. And did I see that they think that like to fix some of those bugs is going to take them quite a bit of time? But I see like, I don't trust. I was just glancing at stuff. Like it was like 3 to 6 months for some repairs on some of that. Oh, okay. So you're talking about some other. Okay, Witcher. Okay, yeah. I don't remember what I read either. Wow. I didn't realize. What, are they that bad? Was it that bad? Oh, I just knew that it wasn't like as good as some people were hoping or anything. Oh, okay. First one's in January. They will patch. Okay, so Justin says first one in January. I thought. For some reason I thought. Well, no, that's 1 month. That's 1 month. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. It didn't work on the PS4 or Xbox One. Okay. Which is what a lot of people have right now, right? Incentive for people to upgrade. Oh, I forgot to cheers Rod. Rod got one this weekend. How did I forget? Oh, that was sick. I don't know if Dusty had gotten one too a couple. Oh, did Trey ever get one? I don't know if Trey got one, but I couldn't believe Rod got one. That was sick. Hey, Hack. Welcome, Hack. Welcome, Hack. Yeah. Some of this stuff, they've been actively working on some of this stuff for a while, right? And it's a big part. That downside stuff. From like you say, from the value opportunity, some of that downside stuff has been in play for a while and has been kind of on, well, at least for me, been on pace over this time, and now it's kind of this difficult, what's kind of turning into like a difficult transition from. That's the thing. The free cash flows haven't even begun to hit the bottom line yet. I just kept on thinking that the market would get a whiff, like it's gonna come, and to some degree, I think it is getting priced in. But and now it's this difficult transition from tremendous upside. How do we get there? Cohen has certainly been a meaningful variable on that front. Makes fun makes for fun, challenging analysis. I'll tell you that much. Whew. Upgrade at least PS4. Okay. Oh, I missed that. Oh, that was they were working on it prior to 2015. Holy shit, Steve Stunk. They were working on it 2012? Oh my. Oh, so say, but it's wow. Send a statement. Yeah. More ammo, exactly, Justin. More ammo. I saw. And then you see there was like, oh, I liked it, but did I like it? How did I not bring it up? I don't think I could find it. Let me bring it over here. I agree, Justin. More ammo. Just another thing that if he wants to or needs to, that he'll bring up. It's got to. Actually, he didn't bring up some other stuff that he could have. But talk about a timely ammo, huh? No doubt about that. Because he'd be like, because doesn't he even say? Does he say delight customers here? We know he says it all the time. There you go. Delight gamers. Yeah. Well, look at this article. This suggests. Oh, I guess it. It's just he could have retweeted that one with an emoji. Would have been a drag. Oh, Eduardo, yeah, so that's where I was going to go, at least. Well, I guess with just delighting people, maybe generally. That's what I was thinking. I wonder. It seems like it still could be ammo. From a shareholder, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, impact to the stock, that's always tough to assess how that impacts that stuff. It's not meaningless, but the question is, like, how it can impact, I mean, in the long term, free cash flows. That's what it does. But does it spiral out of control? That's what people always... Which is a good thing to bring up. It's like, well, if you can't rein this in, like I say, it generally speaking, you can increase the most value per share when you're delighting all stakeholders. You know what I mean? Which can be tough to do, but not just shareholders, but also debt holders, if any, employees, customers, vendors. Like if you can kind of make everyone happy, you can create tremendous value on that front. I said that so many times. Yeah, I think Cohen. If that's the thing, what do you want? It seems to me that he could. It seems to me that he could want something that he could get. They'd have to give that they didn't get to it already. That they didn't get to it already means management, at the very least, said. You don't think just 2 board seats, right? Because they got 2 board seats coming up. They could have offered that. Maybe they start with 1, then you can get to 2. Maybe they have someone else in mind that they wanted to hop on. I don't know. All right, I appreciate you sharing that, Hack. You've done QA for mobile apps. GME at least has a more or less stable app. Launching beta as they did allows for agile development. Sick. Thank you for sharing. See, look at this. We got folks with different types of backgrounds on the stream sharing their expertise. Dope. I know. Breaking news. Ryan Cohen finds gamers less than delighted. Oh, shit. Oh. Well, I don't know what... Well, I mean, you're asking Justin. All right, so I'll just let Justin take that. I won't interfere. Drasky, peace out. Peace out. I'll get rolling here soon. What day is today? Oh, Monday. Oh, we got a full week this week. I mean, the thing to watch now is price action. But it's especially It's especially Monday already. Exactly, Cleese. What the hell? It's especially important right now because we legit are right at trend right there, right? Because then if it breaks through, then I think we're kind of in the box. In which case, 10, 11, boom, right in there. But like these are the times that I'm watching closely. That's why even like I said, those 2 weeks where there was like it was bearish sentiment and there wasn't anything happen. Very important to just watch what happens there because it could have kept on selling off and it didn't. That's bullish. Right now, same thing. Give it a couple of days, give it a couple of weeks. What does it do? If it sells off next week, all right, then we're dealing with a different beast than we had been dealing with the past 3 months. That's why these types of things are critical to watch to gauge bullish bearish sentiment, but also, like I said before, for potential opportunities to add. Not a recommendation, remove the ticker. But when you see this stuff happening, hit up against resistance, breakout, pull back. As it turned out, it was a time to add in this particular case back then. Broke out, pull back. Oh, it was a good opportunity to add. And RSI was kind of settling down each of those times. You don't so much have to wait for it to be oversold, although maybe some people do. It depends on your strategy. But it just settles down. Pulls up, settles down right down there. And now you got that right here where it has settled down. It's on this trend line. It is pulled back on the RSI. These, in theory, could be opportunities to add. But I say that stock's at 11 tomorrow. Jinx. But regardless, this happened October 30th, and it didn't do shit. It just followed the trend line, generally speaking, for about 2 weeks or whatever it was. Then boom, started to take off heading into earnings. Now we're here again. I think the market's kind of in a wait and see type approach, which again, that's good if it's in that mindset. Let's just wait and let's just see what happens. Because I lean toward, I've said this before, but incremental news will probably be bullish. The biggest one for me is any Ryan Cohen resolution. Boom. I don't care. I care that for me, that's even bigger than I think any roadmap that they could offer. Then, and the other big thing is any of those damn revenue streams. That's the thing. Do you announce that in? I mean, if they did, do you announce it in December? Do you announce it on ICR? Like now, it's kind of messy. It's like when do you even announce this stuff? The only thing that's really changed is like, all right, now they have the at the market offering. So, but then it's like, when do you do anything if you even have anything? So you kind of, for some people, this is the annoying part of investing, right? You just kind of like, we had a good turnout today on the stream, all things considered, right? I mean, the stock's kind of selling off, so it's there's things to like what's going on here, right? But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know where I was going with that. Now I just got to see, what is it, mid-December? Yeah, I guess that's about it. I think that's about it, right? What the hell else is there? What else is there? Not much else. Yeah, it's the waiting. Oh, that's what I was saying. Is that it's for some people, it's like, oh, nothing's happening here, nothing's exciting here, there's no imminent catalyst necessarily. Whereas many of us are like, oh, there very well could be a catalyst. That's what I like. I'm in this state of any damn day something could come out because I say each passing week where we don't have something announced, I have to discount the possibility. I have to discount the fact that there is anything to announce. At the same time, I'm entertaining the possibility that if they had been successful and they weren't totally full of shit and that they do have something here, then it increases the chances that everything's kind of get dropped close by and everything's happening at the same time and the market's overwhelmed by some of this stuff. Like I'm saying, boom, 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 boom. That's real painful. And it's also real exciting, which makes it almost feels like wishful thinking. So that's why I'm kind of like but it's something to keep in mind with each passing week too. Then it's like, is it like bottle it up? Is it bottling up? One would think, or they don't have much, or they don't have much to announce. And because I feel kind of confident in the quality and the value of these assets, I kind of think, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. But yeah. Wow, it's right there, huh? I tweeted that out earlier in the day. As it turned out, it was right at 1270 at the time I took the screenshot, right? And then it held up, it went up, and then it held that level by the end of the day. I was dying laughing. That's luck. That's luck, right? It did sell off earlier, but that's the thing, is that people, you see, it sells off, right? And you get that wick down at the bottom. But what does it do? It gets bid back right up. And that's informative. There's information there to derive. Not too much marginal analysis, blah, blah, blah. It's the fundamentals that matter. But you see in some price action there, it sold up along the trope, bid up. It didn't stay down there that low, if I recall correctly. Excuse me, it didn't stay down there that long, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Okay. It wasn't down there. It wasn't like a quick dip, but it was an hour and a half or 90 minutes. You know what I mean? But let's see. This trend doesn't look too good, right? Boom, boom, boom. Doesn't look. You saw me circle this too. A couple of oversold type things, but yeah. Let me just see this again. There's the daily. Right there on the RSI too. We only got there on October 30th on the RSI last time. What's futures doing? Flat. What's the weekly doing? Okay, look at this. So you're seeing, what is this, the 5 weekly? Okay, 5. It's kind of settling down a bit, even heading a little bit down for the first time. That's bad. I mean, this is a bearish look right here. Something to keep a close eye on where it ends the week. You know what I mean? Still okay. This is what stocks and uptrends do. They get overbought. They settle down a bit. They come back down. Actually, I didn't do this. Just curious. Don't overthink this. Oh. Don't overthink this. Don't overthink this. Just for shits and giggles. Just for shits and giggles. All right. It's right there. Right there. All right. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Not the box. Oh shit! Welcome T-Trade. Welcome T-Trade. Not the box. Oh, what's in the box? Get out of the box. Not the box. Not the box. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Oh, asking the 8-ball. Oh, good idea. What are we asking the 8-ball today? Yesterday was scary. Don't know about bullish. Oh, what happened yesterday? Well, yesterday was. I mean, today was. Well, what was yesterday? Sunday? Oh, you do? Yeah, it's waiting for Alex to. I'm waiting for you to make your move. Oh damn, Philly Steaks. Oh, here we go. Oh, we got to figure out what are we doing for the question. We got to get this question right. Do we say are we gonna hold trend or is that not sexy enough? It might not. I mean, it's like a good question to ask, but. Yeah, no, I don't think Cyberpunk is that bearish of news. I don't think so, Polygon. Not for GameStop. For the game it is, I suppose. But there's lots of other moving parts for GameStop, I think. Yeah, just in the short term. So wait, 355 in 2 weeks? Oh, I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, well how's that cup and the handle kind of broke down there. Oh yeah, that's right. Everything's a test, right? That cup and handle. See how the fundamentals matter more to this stuff? Hey, Ryan. Welcome, Ryan. Okay, Justin's saying, does it bounce off trend line? You think bounce off trend line? I kind of just want, that's the thing. I feel like I just want to make sure it holds the trend line. I think I do hold. I think I'll do hold. Because, Justin, I think, well, implicit in a bounce is probably some fundamental bullish stuff. You know, I almost want to. Does it? All right, we'll do that. We'll wait till if things turn around. Like I want something more bullish. But for now, I'll just say hold the trend line. We'll just say hold this trend line. I think this is a pretty decent trend line, folks. For what that's worth, the fundamentals matter more. Justin, I was thinking if it bounces off, maybe there'll be some news. You know what I mean? Like we'll save an 8-ball ask for some news that we might get before year end. That's maybe the next 8-ball question. Okay. Oh, is the stock price going to hold the prevailing trend that we see here up on the chart? Oh! Come on. Why do I suck at this? Oh, you see it? You see it? Oh, Market's over here laughing at me. Shit. Oh, there we go. I've had bad luck with this lately. Oh man, two in a row. What if I tilt it at an angle? I feel like an angle might help. There we go. How about that? I think that's good. That good? Y'all see that? I hope that's clear. I think that's the best. I think that's all I got. Shit, it's not clear? That sucks. There we go. There we go. Oh, it does look like a foreign language. How about that? Yes, Steve Stunk! Steve Stunk, yes! Steve Stunk, yes! Whew! Whew! It did look like a foreign language. I saw that, Justin. It was like a dot on it or something like that. Steve, can you imagine if I held that? Can you get custom 8-balls? Oh, let me look into custom 8-balls, Steve. That's a great idea. Custom 8-balls. It's going to be omni-channel, digital first. Oh, we can come up with a whole bunch of ideas. Maybe there are. Maybe there are. Oh, shit. Please read it correctly. It's as clear as GME board has been. Oh, shit, Alex. Oh, that's a great line. It's as clear as GME board has been. Omni-channel. The 8-ball has spoken. Okay, this is good. In that case, right, watch. No, that's terrific. Oh, damn. All right, so I guess the trend is holding. I think the 8-ball is pretty reliable on that front. 120 day moving average. Whoa, that's a new one. 120? 8-ball for board seat. Oh, this is sick. Retest the 120 moving average? Oh, I hope not. We'll stop right there. I hope not. 8-ball for board seat. This message brought to you by Sherman. Oh, these are great. What does it have to do? Well, I think just hold this like this high 12 range, Justin. That's what I'm eyeing right now, and it did it. It worked last time, and it's now. Let's just stop right there, Steven. Let's just stop right there. It worked last time, Justin, and that means a little bit more insightful. But as you know, Justin, this is still breaks right through. But for me, I'm watching the high 12 range. Like right when it dipped below, I was just having a laugh with this. with Peel there. I was just having the laugh with the Peel, sweating. You know, remember that skit? Oh, that was great. But it's hiding that whole 12 range. It's like I was watching today. I'm like, shit. If this breaks below and goes into 11s, like and closes there, I'm like, all right, then it got a bit better. But I think with stocks like this, I think technicals matter a bit more, especially for short-term price action, because it's so heavily shorted, a lot of volatility. It's tough to value, and people are like, I don't know what else to go off of. I'll go off the chart, and I think this is in theory. I'm testing it. I'm actively testing it every time you see me do this stuff. Why don't you know it's kind of been holding that up? So let's see. And if it breaks through, like I said this last week, but let's see where it ends the week. If it breaks through, we're at like 11 and 12. We're dealing with a different animal here. But it might just be the market's just kind of waiting for that next incremental news thing, which I lean toward it's going to be bullish. In which case, that's what I mean. The price action is like, whatever. But at least for gauging sentiment and all that type of stuff, I like to know what the market's thinking on that front. Also, yeah, blah, blah, blah. A lot of stuff we know. Let's just stop right there. Yeah. Negative mojo worked last time. Yeah. Oh, Alex. Oh, that's Alex. Talk about only terrible scenarios. Oh, God. We can't stomach that right now. We can't stomach those types of jokes. No, we can't deal with that this week out. Maybe when everything's gangbusters. We need one that's all good stuff, I'd say, this week. I think we need one that's all good stuff, Alex. And throw down on those ones, yeah. I'll just pull up whichever one. That's what I mean. In the video I uploaded, you just make your own. You make your own hope or wish, outcome. 8-ball for the at the market shelf. Oh, well, we could do. I wonder what. That's a tough question to ask because all the different. Will it get used at all? I guess that might be the most straightforward question. Oh, I forgot what you asked, Leo. You're a full half day. Oh, are you in? Oh, you're all right. Cheers. See, hey, see. We had an international stream here too, just like the international operations of GameStop, Vote to replace. Okay, so we get some. Okay, today we took care of price action today on the trend. I think future 8-ball shakes will get fundamental inquiries, right? Related to the board. Ryan Cohen, Super Saucy talking about board seats here. It's 50. Is it even 50? I don't even know. Super Saucy. I don't even know what the breakdown is for the 8-ball. It could be the odds are stacked in favor of one or the other. I'm actually not too sure off the top of my head. You could probably it's probably Wikipedia. Maybe there's different types of 8-balls too. I don't know. Yeah. Boy, some of the articles came out. Oh, they were all generally bearish, right? But that's what I mean. A lot of that sentiment out there is still kind of like not in favor of GameStop right now. And I view that as kind of upside opportunity, but in the meantime, it's bearish on the stock. That's why if the stock can just hold through that and get to that next whatever it is, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. All right, so Steve thinks we'll bounce tomorrow. So let's see. Let's test. It's all a test. Exactly as Alex says. What was bullish to Alex? Is that everything, just a flood of bearish stuff out? It's still out there. You can see it in the short interest. There's still skeptical folks out there. And there's, the other thing it did too is it broke below the 50-day too. So it didn't close above that 50-day. That's something to watch too. Today it did for the first time, roughly. Don't overthink. No, it did close below the 50-day for the first time. It closed below the 50-day for the first time since August today. Something to keep in mind. Still on that trend, but yeah, something to watch there. A hammer candle on the daily. Yeah, is that bad boy right there? Yeah. Sony deal tomorrow. Polygon. Cheers to that shit. I'll take that shit, right? I was thinking about this Polygon. If you do have something, let's say they did Polygon. Like, do you announce it a week after earnings? Is that like odd? I wonder how many times there's been a material like announcement like so soon after earnings. I have no idea. I always thought like usually that stuff might happen at earnings or even before, like right in the middle, like the Microsoft type stuff, I guess. I don't know, but I'll take that Polygon. Oh shit, that'd be great. Oh damn. Yeah, let's get the reversal going. That's right. Boom, boom. Oh, that's the thing. As we've seen with a stock like GameStop, sometimes you just need like a big, get that stock popping, and then you start people talking about like the bullish characteristics, right? On these down. That's why you see me tweeting out that stuff. Like all the bears come out the wood. They come out the cut. They come out the cut when the stock is down. Be like, see, I told you idiots, blah, blah, blah. And then you get some bulls turning to bears and everything like that. Because it's easy to do when the stock is down. It's like, but then the stock bounces back up, and then you get people kind of tilting the other way. And with a stock like this, that happens quickly. It's like people just turn on a dime. Like here we go. Look at this. October 30th. Nothing the next day. Boom. Going up. Back down. Nothing. Back down. Kind of all over. But yeah, we might get a pop. You say, oh, if it tests, wow, you do 120-day. I don't think I've heard that one, Alex. 120-day moving average. Even LeBron couldn't bring it back. Yeah, 120-day. Is that? Do I still have it up? Ooh, is that green one? That's low, Alex. $9. Oh, that would be rough. That'd be rough. Second total. Test the 100-day moving. Look at Q2 bottom hammer candle. Q2 bottom. Oh, Steve, I was thinking about you too. I'll go back to that hammer candle just a sec. I was thinking, we ended up with some solid, we already talked about this, Steve? Maybe we did. That was a solid close to November though, right? Because it got bid up. Look at those candles. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet. We had a red candle for a little bit, Steve. I know you know. Well, maybe only briefly. I forget. This shit's still intact. Okay, let me see that hammer candle. Steve, it just so happened to happen at the 20-day moving average. It wasn't that big of a pullback or anything like that because the stock price was just starting to take off. But indeed, okay. Test 120-day. Look at the Q-chart. Spider cat. Barely spider cat. Well, we're rounding things up here. What do we close it up? Hanging on by a thread. Hanging on by a thread. This was a good stream today, right? So much healthy disagreement on things. Hanging on by a thread, though. Chance of a general stream. Oh, what do you general stream? As in not like as in like general investing stuff, Alex? Is that what you mean? That's interesting. You know what I mean? Like I used to do that. That could be an idea. December is our red candle for sure. Oh, you think so? I don't hold. We'll see, Steve. I'm not throwing in that towel just yet. It seems like. If nothing comes, then yeah, I'd have to agree with that, right? Look at that. Just look at that, Steve. Right in that damn box. Shot it right back down. And there's always a reason. There's always a reason, earnings or whatever it is. But isn't it funny how it coincides with what appeared to some of us as resistance? Yeah, just talk about the year in general, not just GameStop. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Let me give that some thought, Alex. Let me give that some thought. We used to do generic streams. For those folks who don't know, lately it's all just been GameStop stuff. But kicked off the channel this summer. We were doing general investment stuff, watching a whole bunch of stocks. I track a whole bunch of stocks, but there's been so much happening with GameStop, and for a lot of us, it's a big position. So there's been lots to talk about. But indeed, it could make sense, Alex. Maybe a non-GameStop theme one, just review some stuff. Oh, talk about the year. There's lots to talk about this year too. Oh, if anyone is curious too. Well, that wasn't too long. I kind of talked about March and April in the spreadsheet. I uploaded a spreadsheet video. It's mad long. But like an hour into the spreadsheet video, I kind of talked about my March and April moves a little bit because there was a lot happening. It informed my spreadsheets. It caused me to make changes to my spreadsheets, what was happening there. But other than that, I guess I don't have much. So, okay, let me general stream. People confused at this point. It's a GameStop stream, Alex, right? People show up, they be like, "Huh? What are you talking about? There's other tickers? There's other tickers?" Yeah, take a sip every time someone mentions I should have sold one. So much this year. It's been a crazy year, absolutely crazy year. Yeah, okay. No, I like that. And that's the type of feedback I like, Alex, right? For those who don't know, or you could probably tell, I don't know what I'm doing, so I always appreciate this type of feedback. Like, there should be different types of streams in the future, right? This stream will evolve over time. The channel will evolve. So I'm always actively taking feedback to help inform what that's going to happen. Right now, just kind of playing the GameStop story. As it turned out, it's going on, I guess, longer. Would have been nice. Would have been nice if we got some crazy conference call. That shit just took off, right? That would have been sick. But it's going on longer. And then the crazy story just gets crazier. So there's been lots to talk about. But yeah, indeed. So I'm always the stream will evolve. We'll see. So I always appreciate this feedback. But thanks, Alex. All right, we'll get rolling here. Peace out, Alex. Peace out, Alex, Steve, Stomp. And again, thank you everybody for the stream tonight. Like a day like today, like I was tweeting that out to like have a laugh, like, hey, let's talk about this stuff. But I did have some of these views on this, and as you all know, I don't think that I'm right about this stuff. I even appreciate Super Saucy called me out, being like, "Yo, Roaring Kitty, you're too much of an optimist on this stuff." That stuff's fair because, like I said, I'm very skeptical of management teams on this type of the stuff. And even if though maybe it doesn't seem that way in this particular case, what I was kind of trying to walk back today is what I felt was the extreme level I felt people were taking what was unfolding. You know what I mean? It's okay to disagree. That's fine. But I felt as though it was almost overdone. I thought it was overdone. So I'm like, well, it's not quite. That's the thing. But I still always approach this stuff with a level of skepticism, a level of caution. But talking through this genuinely helps me. So cheers to everybody, especially the people who disagree with me. I really value that for my own analysis. I hope other people do as well. But thank you so much. Peace out, Hack. Peace out, Alex. You have a nice night too, Steve. Oh, you got to do... Okay, I'll check that out. The SpongeBob meme is sick. Oh, sucked. It's okay. Peace out, Philly Steaks. You have a nice night. Nice to see you back. Next comments, yeah. Super Saucy, peace out. Justin, adios. Great to have you. Cleese. Oh, sick. Okay, thank you, Cleese. Cleese will still be... Oh, man, that'll be nice, huh? The GME hits 50. It'll be party central every single night. Even if it ain't a GME stream, you know what I mean? Oh, shit. Who else we got? Spider Cat, peace out. Polygon, adios. Wow, we had a good crew tonight. This was sick. The more people, the better for bouncing all those ideas off of each other, right? Catch our blind spots. Oh, I didn't think about it like that. Oh, yeah, there's an opportunity. Oh, I missed that. Check that out. Blessed Spear, adios. Amagus, peace out. All right, everyone, you all have a nice night. Leo Chen, have a nice night. Later. Let me say anything. Maybe just... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Leo Chen, lots of new investors down in New York. That's right. So, Alex, that was my thing, Alex. That was part of the reason, as though I felt that there was a kind of increased... I said that in one of the videos. What did you say? Yeah, I think that... thank you for sharing that. Space Burrito, peace out. That's the thing. Everyone has their own unique investment style. Many of us have our own unique approach. But I from an educational standpoint, I felt as though this particular style of investing, one that I think is grounded in reality and can work, it's not really out there. People don't really have an opportunity to see it much. So I appreciate you sharing, because I like to think that it could be educational, at least cause people to think about things differently, that there's other strategies out there, and some of which can work. And I wonder if people get the wrong idea, kind of coming across the wrong things out there, or getting the wrong, the story, right? What's the story, not just for a stock, but the story of what works in investing, how the process, the importance of a process, right? Here you can kind of, you can see the process related to a stock itself, but with more general streams, you'll see my process. You see me talk through some of this stuff, but what my process is for researching. So it's so important, that process, you know what I mean? And then you can call which elements you like and kind of go, oh, that kind of makes sense with me, and that makes sense with me. It's not so much about the picks themselves, but the process, which we'll get more into. Well, you can kind of see it interwoven here with GameStop, but in this case, as someone noted, the GameStop is a bit of a case study, right? So for that, really, if you're really getting dialed into a position, and if you want it to be a large position, I'm not saying that should be the case with GameStop, nothing like that, but really got to think through all the ins and the outs. You got to be really extra cautious, extra careful. That's why you see so many of us have so many thoughts, because we're really dialed into this. We're uncovering anything, and so that's at least the way you can view some of these, the GameStop ones at the very least. It's in reference to how GME board does the conference calls. I see. I got you, Alex. I got you. Talk about the conference calls. Okay, gotcha. Okay, cheers, everybody. Let me get one queued up here. I don't know. I'll go with that one tonight. Let me finish this up. All right, peep that price action, and then any potential news that might be released. What's most likely? I suppose Cohen related stuff might be most likely. If there's an announcement, that's it. That's all. That we feel like we're in that waiting game, which a lot of people don't feel like doing. And let's just see what happens, especially the rest of this week. Was it 14th? Is this the final full week? Oh, this is the final full week before the end of the year. Interesting. Okay, I don't know what that matters, but something to bear in mind. That's all. Okay, you all have a nice night. Peace out. Thanks for joining tonight. See you later this week. See you Wednesday. All right. Peace.